How do you feel today? Who was there outside running today morning? Yeah, more hands. I think there were like more than 2 people. Okay, so who was walking? And how did you enjoy that? Yes, nice. So it was pretty windy, I guess. Wasn't? Was. It was okay. So good. So I hope you have, just got some energy from this wind and, fresh air. We hope the air will improve here as well in just a bit. But so we are ready to start the day 2 of our eazyBI community days. And as a first speaker, I will introduce another Yanis. So you already guessed that we have a couple of them in a team. And today we have Yanis from marketing. He is actually the person who can do different, who can wear so different hats, and he's the most technical from the marketing team, and very often helping us, not that technically equipped marketing people, about deeper knowledge of eazyBI. So today he will share some different perspective, how you can get going in eazyBI. So let's kick it off, and Jans, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I believe Evita oversold me a little bit. I am a marketer here in eazyBI for more than 10 years now, and I have done and I still do a lot of marketing-related things, marketing, sales, partners, and Excel. But one thing I do not do every day is MDX. So this will be an intro, and probably take it with a grain of salt. I'm a rookie and a newbie in MDX, but at least I will show you my perspective of things, how some eazyBI MDX formulas are similar to Microsoft's Excel formulas. So most of us, including me, have probably learned Excel in school. And turns out that MDX is also comes from Microsoft and is about 30 years old principle already. So I will show you how these two align, and this will hopefully help some of you. So why not Excel? Excel is simple enough. It's pretty. You can use it for simple data. You can see all your data in single sheet, which also helps you when you want to understand your data. It's all in front of you. But at the same time, when the complexity grows, when there are more sheets, more files, more users, more updates to the data, the whole thing starts to break down. And this is where more complex analytical solution like OLAP cubes and MDX comes into place. And these OLAP cubes contain all this information that one sheet cannot contain. And this is where MDX comes in, because MDX is multidimensional expressions or query language to get this data out of these OLAP cubes. And what I will try to do is show how formulas work in Excel and how formulas work in MDX, so you can see the differences there. We will start with very, very basics. So for example, in Excel, you have columns and rows, and in columns that have numbers, in MDX, those would be measures. Simple concept. Anything that you would typically sum will be a measure. And then dimensions. Dimensions is a different animal. Anything that you would typically filter by in Excel sheets is a dimension. Anything where you would have a drop down and same value repeated in the same sheet, same column, where you could filter by, so becomes a dimension. So those are two main components for almost anything. Next up, cell. In Excel, you have columns and you have rows, and you can address any cell with a column and a row pair. In MDX, it works similarly. We would use something called a tuple, where you use a measure and a dimension. And essentially, it also gives you one value or intersection of these rows and columns. Okay. So these are the basic principles. If you understand how to address a cell, you can apply the same mathematical principles as well in MDX, as how you are doing those same things in Excel. For example, a plus, minus, multiplications, or divisions are essentially identical. So in MDX formulas, you take one cell and you can subtract another cell. And it works the same way, both in Excel and in MDX. In MDX, there is also a different kind of animal, which is called a set, which is something similar to just selecting a range of cells in an Excel sheet. And in MDX, you would use curly brackets and list all the members from one dimension, which will make a set. Sets are not used as a standalone thing. They are typically used in other formulas, which I will show you in a moment. So for example, on the left side, we have formulas from Excel, and on the right side, we have analogs for MDX. In Excel, we only see this range, for example, from Q2 to Q17, which is number of range of values we want to sum. Whereas in MDX formulas, you use the same sum function, but you show also the measures, which is hours spent. In Excel, we don't see the measures, but that's the measures column we are using, the hours spent column, which contains a range that we sum. So we can say that we want to sum hours spent by sprint members, and we will get the result. In similar way, also the other functions are very similar from Excel to MDX. Which is interesting also that these filter functions are very similar to drop-down filters in Excel. If you select multiple values in Excel filter, you would get a set of rows with those specific filtered criteria. And in MDX, you can create that filter using the aggregate and putting in all those members in a function. And once you have that created, you can reuse. It becomes a new member of that dimension. So you can reuse that. And next time, you can create this simple tuple with one measure and this new member and calculate all these values. And you wouldn't need to refilter those again. And one of the most interesting things is that there are not only two dimensions in any Excel sheet, for example. As I already showed, those columns where you can filter for, those are actually dimensions. And in Excel, because there are rows and columns, you would need a specific formula to filter by multiple dimensions and get that value in a single cell. In this example, the SUMIFs function, the first black range is the values you want to sum, and then following that, there are conditional filtering conditions you can use. In this time, there are 3, but you can use as many as you like. And this is very similar to tuples in MDX as well. So we have a measure, and we have all these dimension and members selected, which will give you that same intersection and same cell data. Here is an example how that looks in Excel sheet. The source data is in a separate tab, so this is only the function sheet that takes the column A and column B as input into those formulas. And total hours spent is the cell where the formula is presented. And in every cell, you have to copy that formula over and over, but you still have to fix those ranges the formula refers to. So to fix those, you would use these dollar signs in front of rows and columns to fix those. The last one here, F2, is a fixed sprint. So we have to copy every single one of those. Excel has a mechanism to do that, but still, you have to remember all these different conditions you have to apply. In eazyBI, there's an invisible tuple every time you build a user interface report. So in this case, issue type is the same thing that was column B2 that had a range there, and status is the same as A column in that sheet, whereas sprint is currently set specific sprint in page filters. And so the value that you get is the intersection, and every cell in the table takes those variable dimensions from rows and columns and also applies the fixed dimension of page filters to each and every cell, and you don't have to repeat that. And when you write a function in MDX editor in eazyBI, you also have to remember what is already in the user interface in rows and in columns, because that will define how the final Excel looks like, final MDX, because those are already predefined members of MDX formula and in the final tuple that creates the cell value. And this is an illustration how that typically looks in a three-dimensional cube if there are only three dimensions like status, issue type, and sprint, and those measures are the blocks or the cells in the cube. And every slice gets you closer to that one specific measure. But this is easy to interpret 3D cube, but then again, you could also have 5, 6, 7, or n dimensions applied. And every time you slice the data down until you get to the final cell value. There are, so the tuples and the sets look different from outside. They use almost the same syntax, but there are specific differences. For example, the tuple uses standard round brackets, while the set uses the curvy ones. And the tuple always has to have measures selected or chosen. If you skip it, you can skip it, but the eazyBI will still apply one measure, and typically it's issues created if you don't add it in the tuple. And tuple also needs at least one dimension to, well, it doesn't need. If you don't add dimension, that it assumes that you want that measure across all the data you have. As long as you add more dimensions, you narrow it down, because every dimension now works like an AND. So we have status done, and type is story, and priority is high. So the issues created number will decrease with every additional dimension you add. But you cannot add two dimensions from the same, two members from the same dimension. Whereas the set is just a list, and typically a list from the same dimension. And you use sets not as a standalone function, it is used in other functions you use. And one important thing to mention is that tuples you use in formulas will always override what you have in user interface. So if you explicitly lock certain dimensions, then those values will appear based on the calculations you have in MDX. But there are also differences. I showed you how the sum-ifs function is very similar to the tuple in eazyBI, but this is only when you filter by values. Like in this case, our spent is summed when the status is done in Excel, which is very similar to a tuple in eazyBI. But in some ifs, you could also specify that our spent could be some kind of number bigger than 5. And in this case, you cannot use a simple tuple in MDX. You will still need a sum. You will need a filter. And just like in math, you calculate from inside out, starting with filter. You find all the issue members that have our spend bigger than 5, and then you have a list which you can then sum together with our spend in a sum function. So a quick summary of all of this. If you have a column with numbers, it is the same thing as a measure in eazyBI. If there's a column you would typically filter in Excel, that's a dimension. When you have a specific cell address with coordinates in Excel, that's similar to a tuple in MDX. All the basic arithmetic functions like plus, minus, multiplications, divisions are the same. And some ifs are similar to tuples unless you use conditions. When these are values, they are similar. And if you use some ifs by rule, you will need to filter and then sum. And ranges are just sets. So, yeah, there is an evolution coming from Excel and going into OLAP cubes and MDX, but that's a necessary one, because at some point you cannot use the same old tools to work in modern environments. And I hope my colleagues will forgive me if I made many mistakes here, but I'm good. Approval. Okay, that's it from me. Thank you.
Do we have any questions to Jānis? Anyone or comments?
To me, all these Excel examples looked much more complex and non-natural than MDX. Why are there so many Excel users all over the world?
Yeah, I think that the simplicity of Excel is that all your data is in one sheet. You can see all your columns, you can see all your rows, and it's predictable what formulas you're making. But those formulas itself, in my opinion, the thing that you have to copy every formula and every cell, that's actually more complex. And once you learn how to address MDX cells and use MDX formulas, you can apply that to all the data set that you have, not just a single sheet.
Any other questions or challenges to Jānis? Anyone? No? Thank you.
Okay.
Very much. Thank you. So, and the next presenter today, I kind of figure out that today we have a marketing, opening this second day, because Ilse is Many people know her from her days in support team, but already for some couple of years she is also in a marketing team. So she is our, let's say, content guru and approver. So and very much. Doing a lot of kind of content creation and also the idea of the book. So I hope you will share with us something else, not just this nice Latvian forest. And we are ready to go.
Hello. I am the one who never learned Excel, and actually after Gulb's presentation, I understand that I may learn some function because I know tuples, but probably I won't need that. So, number 4. What do you imagine? Is it a big number or small one? Does it predict some problems? Or it says, yay, everything is good? So, the same situation, gym floor, 4 seconds in plank, and you are ready to go and conquer all the world. Who have reached 4 minutes in plank? It's doable. I have never, of course. But you are struggling and dying. But there are a lady who did it more than 4 hours. So the unit change, the only thing that change is there, and your GIMP pic in the Instagram is completely different. Because it depends. So let's talk about context. And in today's context, I am more support rather than marketing. So, yeah. Why context matters, we already saw that. Let's talk a bit about how we use word context and 4 use cases where I will show you when you may want to need to change the context. So, why it matters? Get back to number 4. And in this case, we are going to the eazyBI reporting world. So, now we have a report. What we can see, that actually those are open bugs that were open yesterday for the dev team members. And we can see that for the Steve Davis in the first row, the situation is very good actually. Only 4 low priority bugs open. But for Duncan Snow, the situation is completely different. 4 highest bugs, and there are a lot of work to done. So the team lead or guys themselves can decide, okay, how we will split the work so the Duncan's 4 high priority bugs would be resolved as soon as possible. So the same number 4, even the same report, but completely different situations. Now a bit about theoretical thinking, and actually we got quite a discussion in our support channel, how to define each of those terms. So this is average or my take of those terms. So let's start with report context. I guess if you have reached support at any moment, then you would hear from a support consultant answering, okay, your numbers are wrong, but please describe in what context you calculated them, or give me the report definition so I see the context, how the report is created, how the numbers are calculated. So what makes the report context? It's everything that you have selected in the report. Pages, rows, columns. The whole design of the report, values, dimensions in rows also says about what hierarchy is selected in the rows, what members are selected. The same for dimensions in columns, and in page filters, of course, what filters are applied to the whole report. And this is also the answer to my colleague Jānis Vanaks from yesterday, where there are empty paint buckets, because, well, those paint buckets define the context. And this is from documentation that all selected values in rows, columns, and pages form the report context. And while we had a discussion if the measure is a part of context or measure is calculated in context, I would say that at least each measure have different meaning, and it changes how you see the numbers. So for open tickets, or for tickets created yesterday, or for hours spent, those are different things. And each cell is calculated separately, which is important when we get back to this report. The report context is the same for the whole report. The same dimensions, the same selections. But each cell is calculated in the current context because we take into account each particular user and each particular priority. And there are cases when we talk about default context, it means that the dimension is selected in all level member or default member, or the dimension is not used in the report at all. This is the same, actually, if the dimension is not selected or selected in the report in all level. The measure is calculated in the default context against this dimension. And if everything is selected in all level, then we can talk about grand total, and then we usually say how many issues are in the cube. When everything is in all level, then we will see how many issues are imported in the cube for measure issues created. Okay, so just summarizing, we have report context that shapes the report. We have current context that's actually an effect for each cell, and this is a part where we can change, we can modify calculations with MDX and change that. And there is also default context when any dimension is in all level member. Okay, so far so good. Now let's talk about changing context, and I will stick with number 4. And we will have 4 use cases. I will show on them how to do that and when to do that. But this is a not complete list, of course. Just we have 20 minutes to go. First, I want to again try to draw some lines. What is changing context? I asked help for Ask Assistant, our general AI assistant, which is my first tool to reach the documentation. And actually, it gives a pretty good answers, not by quoting documentation, but by explaining it and use assistant from homepage. So changing context means replacing the report context for a specific measure with a different dimension members. Actually, we say, for this calculation, do not use what is selected in the report. Instead, use this particular member we want to. Okay, now to practical use cases. I would say the easiest one is to understand is when you want to calculate some percentages from a total. Let's say resolved bugs from all resolved issues. We can get, using issue type dimension and measure issues resolved, we can get all resolved bugs or issues resolved in an issue type default context and bugs resolved when we apply issue type bugs. But how to say, and if we want to get this percentage, we just have to divide resolved bugs by all resolved issues or all issues with issue type default context. And how to apply both those conditions in one cell. So the bug filter is for numerator and the default context is for divisor. Tuples. Thank you, Janis, that you explained tuples. If you haven't heard about them or want to know more, go to Learning Center. There are beautiful learning lessons about that. But tuples are the main tools. Tuples is the main tool when we want to change context in some measure because of what Janis already told, the last line, that anything that you have not mentioned in tuple, any dimension, inherits the report context, or we can use it in, for our case, any mention dimension, change the context for the member. And we can change it to default context or any other member. So this third rule is the reason why we can change the context using tuples. So we need to get this total issues resolved when we have selected already issue type bugs, but we need to get this total. We will use this default member, which is MDX function that returns the default member of a dimension. And it's very handy for this situation. So we have, let's see. Yeah, we have a report where we have filtered by bugs, and we want to create a measure that returns all resolved issues, regardless of what is selected in the issue type dimension. So we create a tuple, add this measure, and then we add the dimension. As issue type can have more hierarchies, we have to say that we select default member from this hierarchy and add it there. So when we change issue type, all resolved issues does not change. So now we can create our percentage calculation where we divide this changing issues resolved, which is under the report context, by the total value. So you will definitely, not definitely, but I suppose you will use AI Assistant. I'm showing that just for you to understand what the AI Assistant might do and to understand where to look for those changed contexts. And the AI Assistant already will give you with all intents and beautifully formatted calculation formula. I did it manually. So I knew that Raimons will watch this presentation, and he's very picky when you do not write with correct intentions. And I know that I will have one. Yeah. Yeah. So you have to set formatting. I re-recorded 5 times because I always forgot to set formatting. So we can get this calculation, and now we have bugs resolved. If we changed, what happens if we change the issue type in the page filters, we will get percentage of, to stories, we will get stories, percentage of stories resolved. If we change to any other, then we will get this issue type percentage, because context applies on the numerator, but divisor is in default context. Okay, the second case is more, in a sense, more complex because it asks you to understand how each measure and dimension interact with each other. I guess those who work with test reports knows it the best. And if you want to talk about that, go to Zana and Roberts and any other support consultant. But there are situations when measure and dimension, yeah, they have relationships, and you want to change it in a report. I would say the simplest example is when you want to use measure from work logs, hours spent, and let's say issues resolved together in the report, and want to filter by users. Let's say a productivity report that shows last year results, but shows for projects, resolved work, and logged hours. And you want to filter by those 4 people, dev team we had in the very first example. And What to do? Because what is the problem? Our spend comes from work logs, and we have a dimension logged by, where we have users, while issues resolved relates to assignee dimension. And which dimension to apply to filter by users. And let's see again a small video. What happens if nothing happens? Yeah. What happens if you apply logged by users filter? I have calculated member dev team, and issues resolved becomes empty. If we apply assignees, the same dev team, issues resolved has value, but our spend changes because our spend are differently calculated for logged by and assignees. What we can do, we can apply, we can use drill into dimension and apply this context directly to each particular measure. This is one of the rare cases when you can use UI standard options to get to this result. So right now, our spend is for dev team from logged by dimension, and issues resolved is limited by dev team from the assignee dimension. Of course, you have to ensure that those are the same users. What if you want to keep the filters when you have this drill into dimension? You do not have possibility to change if you select this report in the dashboard as using page filters. Then you can do something similar as we looked in the previous example. You can say, when you use issues resolved dimension, ignore selection in logged by dimension. When you see our spend measure, ignore what is selected in assignee. So you create two new measures where you set the default context for the one of dimensions and select those new measures in the report and apply your filters. Of course, it's a bit twisted solution, but it might work. Okay, the third example. Sometimes you need measures that work in different contexts and doesn't change. Let's say if you want to find the first activity in a project, you would look for the first transition to any of in progress statuses. So somebody started to work. It doesn't matter which person it was, the priority of the task or who was the reporter. You just need the very first date when something significant happened in the project. So again, we can use our favorite tuples. This is the best construction, I would say. Roberts will defy me probably in his presentation, no? Well. So we will combine in a tuple transition to status first date, which is a standard measure, and transition status category in progress. Okay, let's see how it looks in the report. We can again look a short movie. Yeah. We add this measure to the report. I already created that with the formula, and everything looks fine. We can see that one project started in October 20, and the another in October 19. The all project level returns the very first date, so October 22. But we changed time, and the project activity started also changes because the measure is calculated in the context. We changed other page filters, and the project start date changes again because we used measure in the calculation, and this measure reacts to the report context. What to do? We already know our solution. Let's add everything as in a default context. time in a default context, status definitely in a default context, assignee in default context, everything is good. But tomorrow someone comes and adds the third, fourth, or fifth page filter. And again, our measure doesn't work. What to do? Ta-da! We need, instead of the blacklist, where we say, do not use this, we want to invent a whitelist where we say, do use this. So we use a default context function with a little help from AI assistant. I defined it. Is a function that returns the current tuple result, saying that for other dimensions, it will use default level. For any other dimension which is not mentioned in the tuple, it will use default context, whatever is selected in the report. So let's see how it goes with our project activity. First date, we define a new measure where we now use this default context. It has its own brackets, and we add a tuple inside. And we say, OK, use that. So now it looks only on the project itself. I forgot the formatting. No, it looks only on the project. Only on the issue transition status. Sorry, but we missed to add a project. So the result of the calculation returned everything the same because it ignored project, because we didn't include there. So now we have to include the project. So we look for the first date of each selected project or project current hierarchy member, project current selection. And now again, each project has its different date. And if we change page filters, this last column doesn't change. If we change any other filters, it also doesn't change. So default context is a way how to use it. And now we have the last example. When you have imported data from other sources additionally to your issue cube. Yesterday, Martin showed us how to do a custom data mapping. This is similar but different. For instance, if you want to import budget information for projects, the same mapping screen, but in this time we do not create our own new dimensions, but we map this new measure to existing issue cube dimensions, to project dimension, to time dimension, and to measures. So we say that for this year, project alpha has budget 800, for next year it has 700, etc. Not 100, but 1,000. So, and we get imported this budget measure. Here, we have added and calculated from existing information spent amount, which is our spend multiplied by some rate. And we combined budget and spend to some percentage calculation, how much in percentage-wise is spent from the budget. The calculation is there. So, the last movie. Yeah, everything looks nice. We filtered by project, everything looks nice. But we add other filters, and everything goes away. Why? Because issue type dimension is not mapped to this budget information, and therefore budget and all related measures disappear. We know the solution, default context. Let's use that also for the budget. And what we need we need to budget be calculated in the context of those two dimensions where the budget is mapped to. So we use the measured budget. And then we add all those dimensions from mapping. And we add them in a current selection. What is selected in the report, we use that value. So we use project current hierarchy member and time current hierarchy member. Okay. Add to the report, and everything looks nice. And we add some filters, and spend from budget disappears. Why? Because we haven't used the correct measure there. So we change the not beautifully written calculation, but we change to the correct measure. Yeah, it was attempted. I discussed with myself to change formatting, but no. And yeah, we changed something, and now the calculation works. So, wrapping up. Janis started, Janis finished earlier, so I had less stress on my presentation. So, what to take home? Every measure is calculated in the context. So whenever you think, why this number returns 8, I want 5, look for a context. Why? What is around? The first thing, look around what is selected in the report rows, columns, etc. And then go deeper, because look for further calculations. If this is a measure, is calculated measure, look how each particular part of this calculated measure reacts to this report context. Because as you saw from the last example, the measure reacts on the context in the same way, whether it's displayed in the report directly or used in calculations. Context can be changed. It allows us to create very different reports, learn tuples. This is the first thing to learn. And remember, default member and default context, blacklist and whitelist, if you want to change something in the calculations. And a cheat sheet when to use one or another. Default member, if you know which dimension to set to the default context, and default context if you do not know which future filters you will use, or as soon as you have imported a measure with a narrow context to work anywhere. So this is definitely the end of my story. So is for a big or small number? Okay.
So thanks a lot. Do we have any questions? Anyone? Questions to Ilse? Or everything is so clear that you're ready for a coffee break. But before we go for a coffee, as we earned 10 minutes ahead of the agenda, so now I will ask everyone just to stay in this room. So we will quickly arrange back there, a space where we can make a group photo. So it's a tradition of community days. We always try to put everyone somehow manage to squeeze in one photo, so we have a nice memory from this event. So I will, that's why I ask you to simply stay in this room. So as soon as we are ready, we will just make a group photo, and afterwards we have a coffee break until 11 o'clock. So see you back to the sessions at 11. So thanks. I'm happy to see you all back. And we will continue today with my colleague Nauris from the support team. And I was just asking a couple of colleagues to give me some hints about Nauris. I know Nauris, but it's always super interesting to hear what others are saying. And, I have one conclusion from all those comments. I can't share them all publicly, but you are a very funny person, and your colleagues love you. So, Nauris, the floor is yours.
Oh, that's a lovely introduction. Thank you. So, hello, everyone. I'm Nauris from the support team. And today we have to go quickly because there's a lot to talk about. So, the sentence, the function that every one of us has used, has seen, but do we really understand what they do? So, the reality of joining the eazyBI or starting to use eazyBI, first couple of months, you see this function everywhere. You recognize it, you use it because it works, but how it works you don't know, so you may develop some misconceptions. So my goal today is to go step by step, explain what exactly they do, so you can understand how to use them, where to use them, and actually why we use them, because actually they're pretty great. So what you might think what they do and what they actually do. So you might think that they've filtered issues somehow. They don't filter anything, they don't care. So you might think that they know about a time period, because if you use some months in the report, they know that you're using months. It doesn't know time exists. It doesn't care. You might think it makes your report slow. Aha. It enables you to make your report slow. But by itself, it is not slow. It simply returns a set of members. And that takes milliseconds. Sometimes seconds if it's a lot of members, but that's really fast. That's the only job of this function, is to return you a set of members. So you might ask, what's a set? But you might not ask, because Yanis already told you this morning. A set is basically any of the same kind of members. In the descendants context, it can be all issues. It can be a bunch of weeks. It doesn't have to be the default hierarchy. It can come from other hierarchies as well. Or it can be a single member. A single member surrounded by the curly brackets is a set. But where does the descendants function get them from? Aha, the hierarchy. eazyBI uses these kinds of hierarchies. This is the best representation of them. Each parent can have several children, but each child can only have one parent. Single parent policy, it's sad, but that's it. And at the top, you always have one top member of the hierarchy, the leader of the hierarchy. And every dimension in eazyBI has a hierarchy. It doesn't matter if it's a big one, a small one. For example, the time dimension has the default hierarchy with years, quarters, months, and days. And for example, the weekly hierarchy that has years, weeks, and days. So looking at this, you see that both hierarchies that has this all times member. That's the top member of the hierarchy. Everything below the all times member belongs to it. And you see it, the base level consists of days. Two different hierarchies, two different mix of days, but they're actually in the database, there's not two separate tables of days, they're the same days. So hierarchies are actually ways how you can take your members and split them up in different branches. You can organize the days by months, organize them by weeks. Doesn't matter, same days underneath. The hierarchy is what changes how they are sorted. Let's go to the issues hierarchy. The default one has the all issues member at the top, projects, and then issues. And depending on your setup, you may have other issue hierarchies as well. You may define a bunch of them, actually. But let's look at the epic one. So again, it has the all member, all issues by epics. Then it has the projects, then the epics, parents, which contain stories, and then the subtasks. So why is this hierarchy useful? Well, see, the default hierarchy has all issues on the same level. It doesn't matter if you're an epic or a subtask, they all are equal there. And that is good for iteration, but it's not so useful when you want to analyze some data about, okay, how this epic is doing, how much of a budget is accumulated in this epic. So that's why hierarchies are useful, because again, the same set of issues are just, instead of being on one line, they're sorted so they belong to each other. And you can have simple hierarchies, like the priority hierarchy. Only one level, everything is on one level, but still it is a hierarchy because there is this all priorities member at the top, and everything goes from that. So the descendants function. It actually expects two things from you: the starting point and the level. That's it. Doesn't want anything else, just the starting point and the level. So for example, we say, okay, start here and return me everything from this level. Simple, right? And it goes, checks the list. Yeah, okay, here you go. These are the members that are descending from this member. It doesn't care about those ones. That's a different family. Only these ones. Okay, but a tricky one. What if you start here and you ask, okay, return me everything from this level? Well, by default, the descendants function returns the member itself. If you point at the member and it is at the same level, it returns itself. Simple. So, but what if we point at the all member at the top that each hierarchy has? So when you point the descendants starting point at all level, you actually are able to access everything because everything belongs to the all member. So when you point to a level, for example, the lowest level, you get everything from this level, everything that's in that hierarchy. So how can you use it in eazyBI? You can use a fixed member. Let's ask this specific project, return all the issues. You can use a fixed member from the non-default hierarchy. You can ask, okay, for this epic, I want all the subtasks. And it's important to note here that in order for the descendants to work and not return you janky results, you should keep both of these from the same hierarchy. The first argument must come from the same hierarchy as the second one. Otherwise, it will sometimes work, but the results will be janky. And the third option, you can use a current member to point at the starting point to make it a bit more dynamic. But what is a current member actually? So the current member is a function that returns the member that is currently in context. You've heard this word a bunch this morning from Ilse. Context works here as well. So you can point it, for example, at the issue dimension. When you point it at issue dimension, by default, it looks at the default hierarchy. You can also point it at non-default hierarchies and also get the current member that is active from that hierarchy. What does this mean when you use it in a report? So we have here issues and rows, and the issue current member, for each row, it returns the issue itself, because that is the current member from the default hierarchy here, the issue itself, nothing more. If you use the parent level, for each row, it will check, okay, this is the parent level here, that's the current member that's active. But what happens if you don't use the dimension at all? Ilse already explained it. It defaults to the all issues member, the main member. So if the dimension is not used, that's the all member. So current member is always something. It cannot return nothing. If you point it at a dimension, if you point it at the hierarchy, you always get something. So how does this look in the report? So in eazyBI, we have a bunch of predefined measures like issues created, issues resolved, that you can use and they work straight out of the box. But sometimes you want to make a calculation that relies on several complicated equations, and you cannot get this from predefined measures or from tuples. So you want to iterate through the issues and find the ones and make the calculation on the issues. And in this case, the issue dimension is not used in the report. So the current member, again, it defaults to the all member, the father, the daddy, the one that has everything below it. So in this case, the starting point is the top member. And how we use it in formulas, we say, return everything from this level. So basically, this function gets you all issues that you've imported. That's it. It gives you a set of issues that you have imported. How does this look in a formula? Don't need to pay attention what's written here. Basically, this is the descendants function. It compiles a set from the two arguments that now you know perfectly how they work. it passes the set to the filter function, and that's where the iteration happens. If the descendants does this in seconds, the filter function, it may take a while, depending on how large of a set of issues you have. It takes this set, you have a bunch of conditions, it checks each issue, okay, does it apply or not? And then the filter function returns a set of only the relevant issues. And then passes it to the sum function that takes this set of a smaller set of issues and asks for each of you. Okay, how many issues resolved? For you, for you, for you, for you, sums it all together and returns you the result. So actually the formula looks like this. Set of all issues, filter them by conditions, then the filtered set is aggregated with the sum function. But you might ask, not yet. So the descendants, it's fast, it just returns the set. And now you may shift the blame to the filter function, because that's where iteration happens. But actually, it's the most efficient way how to filter these issues. Because if you took the big set and pass it directly to the sum function, it would take ages. So the filter function does its job perfectly well as well. And the sum function just completes the cycle. So everything is working together as best as they can. And you cannot blame each one of these functions for slowing your reports. It just depends on the scale of what you're analyzing. Now you might say, but Nauris, if we simply need a set of all issues, why not use issue members? You can point it at any dimension, you can point it at any hierarchy, at any level you want, and get everything from that level. Why not use that? I've heard that it's even faster than descendants because it doesn't have to travel the hierarchy. Good point, I answer to you. Let's look at how this looks in practice. We have a function, a formula, a different one. Doesn't matter, don't need to read it. Basically, it checks overdue issues, and it returns the average overdue days across these issues. So two functions, the same. The only thing that we're going to change is that we're going to use the descendants to retrieve the issue set and the issue members. We've built a beautiful report here, intentional. I have a helper measure here that counts the number of issues, so we're expecting 13 issues to be returned. But as Yanis yesterday said, we are the Sherlock Holmes of data. This is a BI tool. You need to investigate and go deeper to find out what's actually behind the data. And by the click of this one magical button, drill through issue to see, okay, which issues from the beta project are responsible for us being overdue. And this pop-up appears. It shows you exactly 13 issues, and it shows the time, the days overdue for each of these issues. When you do the same for the members function, it returns you 127 issues. That's the number of issues resolved. And for each of them, it returns the average of all of them. So that's the main magic here. The current member, remember that one? Yeah, the current member. It points dynamically at the current member in the context. While the issues were not in the context, it gave you all issues. When this pop-up appears, it gives you a list of issues, and the formula has to recalculate for each row again. And at this point, the current member is not pointing at the all issues anymore, it's pointing at this specific issue. And what happens when it's pointing at an issue? The issue returns itself. So the function is really quick compared to the issue members, which still returns all the issues you've imported and gives you the correct result. So descendants with current member scopes the work for you. That's the main reason why we use them. That's the reason why we use them instead of issue members or members function or children function or any other set returning functions. This actually allows you to dig deeper into your data because it scopes accordingly. I think we can end here. But now let's dive deeper. So remember, the descendants function, it takes two arguments, the starting point and the level. It looks like this. For example, for the current time member, you want to get all the months. But actually, you can, instead of specifying the specific level, you can also provide a number. This is how deep you should go in the hierarchy to return the members. Do I have a use case for that? Not exactly. It's a bit more dynamic because depending on the current member, it goes the specific amount of depth. But if you have a use case and you experiment with it, let me know, please. The second thing, for this demonstration, we need to use the epic hierarchy. This is roughly how it looks like. We have the all issues member at the top, we have the project level, we have the epic level, we have the story level, or the parent level, and the subtask level. So remember, descendants have two arguments, the starting point and the level expression. Well, actually, no, it also have the third argument, the flag argument. It's not described in the documentation, and in a slide later, I'll share. You can take a picture, but for now, let's just quickly look at what these do. So for example, let's say the starting point is alpha, and the level that we expect is the story level, the parent level. If you use the first one, the self flag, it's basically the default flag that the descendants function already uses. So it doesn't do anything. It simply returns what you are pointing at, or if you're pointing at the same level, it returns itself. You remember the example. The next one is after. So it looks which level did you ask and returns everything below it. In this case, it looks like just one level after, but actually if it goes deeper, it returns a set of everything below the level that you've specified. Before does the same, but other way around. It goes up to the starting point and returns everything up from the level you've specified. But an interesting one is self and after, because this allows you to, for example, ask an epic, okay, return me all of your children and grandchildren in one set. It's sometimes tricky to do that, but with this function and with this function flag, you actually can do that. So it returns the level that you're asking and everything below that level. Yeah, if you want to experiment with other functions, feel free to take a picture. I'll feel free to take some water. Okay, now I should be finished. But one more thing. There's also another function, a sibling function to the descendant. It's called descendant set. It has the set in the name because it does something with sets. So in this case, it does the same thing that the descendants do, but additionally, it can also resolve aggregated members. What are aggregated members in eazyBI? Basically, the two main ways how you can get them is when you use a page filter and you have multiple selections. For example, here's the project dimension, 2 projects selected, you ask, what's the current member? And it says, aggregate page members. Doesn't explain anything to me and doesn't explain anything to the descendants function. But the descendant set function actually understands that you have to unpack it, and at that point, you can say, okay, both of these projects are the starting point, return me things below them. The other option that you can define a calculated member where you aggregate these same members or a bunch of projects. When you ask, okay, what's your current member? It returns just the name. You actually don't know what's beneath them. So you use the descendant set function that knows how to unpackage this. Okay, so you might be asking, why not use descendant set everywhere? The thing is that the descendants is a native Mondrian function. That way it works faster on larger sets. And we usually recommend this for issues dimension and on any other large dimensions where you have hierarchies with lots of members. And it supports the numeric levels and the flags. The 2 features I showed previously. The descendants function, set function is an in-house built function. It exists only in eazyBI. You will not find it anywhere else. It unpacks these aggregates And you could say that it's more universal because it will not stumble upon anything that you pass it. It will always figure out what to do with the first argument, with the starting point. So, descendants for big dimensions, descendant set for dimensions that you may use in the page filters or do some aggregates, and so on. Now we're finished. So, descendants don't filter anything. The filter handles it. Descendants just returns a set in seconds. How this set is made, I hope you understand it, because every dimension has a hierarchy, and descendants travels through the hierarchy and simply returns what you're asking it. And the current member is the magic function that allows it to scope the set. It makes this descendants function a bit more intelligent and adapt to your context. And for cases where you have aggregations in the report, descendants set is there. I hope that after this presentation, you have a bit more clearer understanding about descendants. If not, feel free to ask me questions during the break, but thank you.
And no, you are not over your time, so you can still continue. Do you want to?
Okay. Yeah, let's do questions.
Let's do questions. Do we have any?
You mentioned that all issues is like a daddy.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be more addressed like they, them?
Thank you, my mentor, Martins. Always sharing wisdom and always learning from you. You're totally right. They should be they, them. The same as why is there hierarchy? Why is there a hierarchy, right? But thank you.
Any more questions?
Thank you, Nauris. I promoted tuples. You promoted descendants. Which are better?
I believe that they coexist in harmony in this beautiful. No, but descendants, yeah, I didn't mention in this talk, but I was talking about sets. Sets is a list of members, but actually set is a list of organized tuples, and it has to be the same. And tuples are the fastest way how you can achieve things, of course, but sometimes there's these cross joins that you simply cannot make with tuples, so you use descendants to match for these conditions and find out your results. In eazyBI Cloud, thank you, Yanis, for the idea. I ran the SQL query to see how many times a descendants function is used in the report. I will not say the precise number, but it's a couple of hundreds of thousands of times. So descendants function is really useful for people, and they're using it, and yeah, I think they can coexist.
Thank you.
So thanks. Any more questions? Maybe something online? No. So then thanks, Nauris. It was very entertaining. Thank you.
Just a comment. Great session.
Yeah, so we have a comment from online that it was a great session. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Where's the camera? Thank you. Chat, thank you.
Good, thank you. So now we will welcome Pamela from Singular, our partner. And yeah, so this is one of the kind of great opportunities, again, to hear some use case, some case study, how actually eazyBI is used, because it's always good to learn more about the functions and some calculations that you can do and some kind of those harder things about eazyBI. But for many of you and also our team, it's always super interesting to see how others are actually using our tool. So Pamela is ready, and we can go. So
hi everyone. It's been absolutely great being here in Riga. Thank you so much, everyone, for all of your talks. I personally learned so much. So thank you for all of that. And I'm definitely taking a lot of information back to our team back in Singular, and definitely going to use those recordings and be like, guys, you need to learn this. Did you see this? So thank you so much for that. So as you were mentioned, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. You're going to have to give me a little bit. I'm Pamela. It's really nice to meet you. I'm a functional architect. So what do? I basically go to clients, and clients tell me, I need this, this is my problem, and I translate that into actual necessities and priorities for our development teams. So that's basically my role. A lot of you here are much more tech savvy than I am. I am a techie at heart, but I need that. So I basically, as a role of being a functional architect, is that one of my main points is that I like to turn complex things into something simple. Okay, so I wanted to show you one of our use cases. Okay, can't say names, so I'm going to talk about things in general. All the data you're going to see is not real. Okay, so let's meet the client. So we've been working with a multinational company. They're in the retail and fashion industry. They have over 1,500 locations worldwide, and they have been working in Jira for over 10 years, meaning that they previously were in server. They went through a migration before DC came in, translated into cloud, had other teams who were working in Jira, found out about it, decided to do a cloud-to-cloud migration, and now here we are. They find themselves with an instance which just has way too much information, fields everywhere, dashboards everywhere. It's just copy and paste from the other instances because they want everyone to kind of work together. So we were contacted by them, and they said, hey, we need help. I mean, we tried to manage this ourselves. We can't do it. So I really have no visibility of what's going on. I don't know how teams are working. I don't know how I'm able to merge them together. It's really difficult to kind of see all of this information and say, sure, we'll sort it out for you. No problem. So this is where eazyBI comes in. We do have dashboards created in-house where we kind of help out to see what's going on in the instances, because there are certain tools in the Jira ecosystem, let's say, that don't give all of the information that we want, and we're able to come to conclusions coming from that. So eazyBI really helps us out with that. But I'm not going to focus on those reports, because I'm going to focus a little bit more on what we did for the client themselves. So we got hands-on, and using these reports, we started analyzing those Jira fields. We started looking at those Jira spaces, what information is being used, what's not. We even took a look at velocity, meaning that how much is updated versus created, things of the sort like that, and the actual dashboards to see who was accessing them, who wasn't, what's being used, all of that. And then we kind of started seeing a pattern, and we said, wait a second, this isn't just about overwhelming data. It's not that they don't have enough information, it's because they're missing data. So one of the key things, especially when it comes to using eazyBI, is understanding that the data set that you're going to be using, or everything you're importing, is actually clear and valuable. And that's huge. So we were able to kind of see that. So how did we figure this out? Well, basically, when we started analyzing it, and we talked to the different teams and et cetera, we started actually having questions coming from about the information being given by the client and the information being shown in Jira. And suddenly we're seeing, wait, so who handles what? This Jira space, who does that belong to? Who's creating this? Well, I don't know. And then even teams between themselves, they didn't know who was doing what. No, I'm just working on this task. This was assigned to me. Like, wait a second. So you're telling me that it's completely disconnected. And then also at the same time, when we were asking for those meetings, we were being put off. They kept saying, no, I have this fire I need to put out. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I need to do that, all of that. So then suddenly we started seeing that teams were actually working on a reactive level. They were constantly putting fires out. So second conclusion, there was definitely a high stress value being there, which was being overlaid already for all the bureaucracy that they already had to deal with inside their Atlassian instance. But then on the other hand, when we were talking to stakeholders, they were saying, oh yeah, everything's going great. I mean, the reports that we already have in eazyBI shows us that this is absolutely wonderful. I mean, our bottom line is awesome. And we're like, wait a second, you're missing data. This is not good data. There's information that you're building that's not there. You're missing the whole picture. So we had a plan. We needed to make what was invisible visible. That was the main thing we wanted to do. So we set off on 4 main objectives. So first one was to identify report actors. What we started noticing is that a lot of the reports that they already had built were actually just based mainly on metrics. I'm going to measure this because I just want to measure it. But there was no objective behind it. They weren't able to measure their OKRs or the actual KPIs and what that value was being given to them. Then the second one is that we wanted to define the data owners. Who owned what Jira space, who was filling out what, etc. And then work visibility. We wanted to make sure that even though they were already using tools like Tempo timesheets to log time, that they were able to see where those efforts were going to, and if that logged time was actually given something valuable back. And finally, the metric strategy. We were going to help them set up those OKRs and those KPIs before looking at the actual metrics, and seeing if the current metrics that they were actually measuring were actually valuable to the specific OKR. So we started off with that. So first thing we did was that they already counted with a tool called Project Track by Dazer. So Project Track, basically what it does is that it allows you to create, let's say, properties at a space level. You're able to pull information and say, oh, this space has this information. Plus, it has a direct connector with eazyBI, which was another clear point for us that we wanted to use this tool. And so here, they already counted with 2 specific fields at a space level, which was the owner, team, and area, but they weren't filled in. We're like, wait, so someone already had the initial idea, but didn't actually go through with it. Plus, they weren't pulling that information into eazyBI. So then we said, okay, let's fill that in. Let's help you guys fill that out, and we're going to help you fill in. And then, since we already counted with Project Track, we actually started using it for all the developments as well. We were able to create it and say, hey, is this feature implemented here or not? So things such as if the team is actually following on blockers, or if the team has some type of mechanism to follow and deprioritized, we were able to pull that information in, so that way we were also able to sort it out into reports. So in my blockers report, I'm able to say, this Jira space does handle the blockers, and this one doesn't, but this other team does. And I'm able to pull that information from the reports. Then we went into Tempo timesheets, and we said, we're going to do 3 really quick changes to the way that you guys are logging, apart from teams and all of that, and et cetera. And there were 3 main things. First thing is that we set the work log description as optional. That's the first things first. We wanted to make sure that people were logging time and that it was easy for them to log time, that they weren't having to specify. And then we added 2 specific attributes to the work logs. Why this? Because again, going back to those reports in eazyBI, we knew that we could easily pull this information in and match it up with the reports that they already had and give them extra value. So the first thing we did is add a business office. This is to see where the resource was going to. I'm not talking about, for example, just development or et cetera, is if you have a meeting, who's this meeting for? Who asked for it? Where is it going? So your time, whose budget is it under? And then the second one was adding a category to say what kind of work you're doing. So then from this, and then especially with sponsors, we were able to start actually getting actual information which coming from the work logs. And then here comes the beauty of it. We went with the OKRs. Now that we have that set up, we know that that missing information is already in there. Now let's set up our objectives. So usually when you tend to define an objective or an OKR, you tend to follow a very simple formula. I will blah, blah, as measured by blah, blah. Okay? So you would say, like, for example, I will increase my allocated budget, for example, as measured by Okay, it's kind of like a little formula. So this PMO team, what they explained to us is that they're actually not an assertive PMO team. They're a supportive PMO team, meaning that they support teams. And a lot of their PMs were coming in from the Scrum methodology. So we said, wait, so I see where you're going here. When you initially started defining those metrics, you were more focused on how you're able to do it because you're looking at it from a technical level, and you weren't thinking of the person. So let's change the prompt. And we added like a story, like a user story. As such and such person, I will do this. And that helped them change the focus. So we did a little dynamic with them, and we told them, okay, so let's sort this out. And eventually, we created a pretty nice table, okay, and this is just part of it, where we kind of said, okay, so what's our OKR? So we're going to monitor economic impact on the business area. Who are our actors? Specific KPIs, and then let's take a look at the metrics. What's going to help and support that KPI? So, and this is what helped us build those reports. So here's our base. Our client is actually sold into it. They understand what the value was of that report. And then notice that right at the end, we have like little statuses there. So you have like blocked, already measured, in progress. This is also to show them where the information was missing. So things like already measured means that we either created a report already for them, or that they already had some type of gadget or report that they could pull from, be it from a native Jira gadget or from some other tool that they were already using. Anything that was in progress is because we were building. But then if we had something that was blocked, it's because that information was missing. We either did not have access to it inside the Atlassian ecosystem, or because we could not access it and import it into eazyBI due to security regulations, so on and so forth. That means that we need to get approvals. For example, in the initiative workload progress per budget area, well, that's budgets. We're going to need a lot of OKs to bring in all of that information, for sure. But it means that we need that information. So let's see if that's possible. But it gave them insight on what was their part versus what was our part. So then we started bringing it all together. We started creating dashboards, all of them through the eazyBI gadgets, because we didn't want users that weren't used to using eazyBI going into eazyBI directly. So we added them into Jira dashboards. This was also easier for the adoption, especially with technical teams who were just, I'm overwhelmed, I'm not going to go into another app. Wait, it's already in there, so you're able to see it already. And if you really want to go into it, you're able to link directly into the report and see it and play along with it and all of that. Plus, what was even really great is that they actually had filters, which before they weren't able to actually manipulate before. So then these are two sample reports. One of them is based on the eazyBI demo. We basically pulled from it, and we saw this is awesome. They're going to love this. Showed it to them, like, this is awesome. We love it. Add it in. And then the other one we built was an average cycle time when we did the gauges. And one of the things from Nimble Solutions, they mentioned yesterday, was that one of the big problems that you tend to have, especially for Jira workflows, is that you don't have a resolution date. Because people forget to add a resolution when they close a ticket, right? But we found out eazyBI counts with the average closing date. So with the average closing days and being able to define what statuses count as closing, we were able to set up this report. So that was great. And then we set up other reports in order to give visibility to also teams. For example, we showed percentage of work by issue type. Okay? So what did this show? Initially, when we talked to the stakeholders, they said, everything's absolutely great. And then we showed them this report. No, it's not. You were saying that people were actually being stuck in bugs, epics, stories, having to define it, that the problem was at the beginning. Wait a second. Your teams are starting to have overload with their daily tasks. Your teams are being overwhelmed with escalated tasks from other teams. That's what it represents for them there. And notice, that's a 72% there. That's huge. So then suddenly, that narrative that they initially said, no, hey, everything's going great, it's just that things are siloed off, no, wait, it's because your priorities are not being sorted. So they were able to get that from the BI reports we created. And then the second one we start, which is one of them that we kind of merged, this is one of them that we pulled from using those new fields, especially from Tempo timesheets and from Project Track, where in this case, we were able to see the percentage of hours spent from the work logs based on what team is currently working on it. And this, like I said, I'm not that great at tech savvy. This is huge kudos to my teammate, Bernardo, who is an absolute wizard at MDX. And I would have loved him to be here, but huge shout out to him, because he was able to set all of this up. And basically what he did was that, based on another report that we were already doing, which was, he was able to get the total spent hours from the current owner team. And then from that, he was able to create the percentages for hours by initiative. And you might say, why are you using, for the formatting, in a separate report specific and not putting it here? This is because we're actually pulling this information in another report where we need to see the data. So we're just able to do the calculation later. So what did they gain from all of this? Well, basically the insight is that they were able to actually understand what was actually happening with their data. And being able to see that, yes, it's siloed off, and they were able to give that information back to teams as well. But then they're also able to see their pain points much more clearly. Your teams are reactive because requests are coming in from multiple sources. It's not just coming in from create a request. It's the emails. It's the Microsoft Team chats, it's the phone call, it's I'm going for a coffee, I'm like, hey, do you have a quick minute? Then teams were running into problems refining their requests. We were able to get statuses and see that suddenly they were stuck in a backlog for a really, really, really long time. So what's going on there? Teams, talking about backlogs, they had a low visibility of what's actually a priority because everything was a priority. Then teams were running into a lot of blockers because suddenly we would have different requesters that you saw tickets ping pong back and forth from in progress back to refining, and from refining back to in progress, and back and forth. So priorities, the initial requirements were changing constantly. So, and then with Tempo timesheets, suddenly they saw, wait, teams are working overtime just to meet all of this demand. When before, I thought everyone was working 8 hours a day. So what comes next, right? So from all of this insight that they completely loved, we set up a new plan. So stage one. Let's bring into that adoption. We need to bring business units and key stakeholders into Jira, so then they're able to understand all of this information that's also coming in and contribute to that workflow. It's not only coming in from the outside, you're able to come in from the inside, and integrate AI. Things such as some of the agents that we were able to see for eazyBI would be great for them to be able to create those reports as well, and include it into their own team's workflows. Second, financial transparency. Bring budgeting functionalities into Jira, which once approved and all of that, so we're able to mix that information into reports. That way and you might ask, why not just import that Excel? Well, importing that Excel would mean that everyone understands how every field should be filled in, and we want to control and make sure that the information is coming in cleanly. And include that financial data into the existing reporting in eazyBI. And finally, we want to scale environment. We want to scale those AI workflows. We don't just want you to go into ChatGPT or Copilot and put it in. Let's bring that information also into Jira and do that. And you want to establish reports on the AI guardrails, saying, okay, so if AI has changed this, I don't know if you guys saw in Team that now you're able to assign agents into tasks, then if I add them into those tasks, then what the AI did, was it correct? What are the guardrails, and how is that going to measure it? And all of that coming into eazyBI as well. So Thank you so much.
Yes, Gerda, it's flying to you.
Thank you for sharing the customer story before eazyBI, like how to bring all the data. And my question is how long it took to make everybody on the same page with Jira cleanup, and what was the feedback from the users, how hard it was? Because I think that is the hardest part, to change the process, because when you bring it in eazyBI clean data, well, you could import different data. And,
Well, we didn't want it to be a shock to teams, definitely, like you mentioned. So it was a process of a scaled process. So we started off with pilot teams, and then once pilot team, we were able to refine the process which worked best for them, getting their feedback. We were able to scale it on to the rest of the team. We did count with very, very strong stakeholders, especially in place in the different offices, in order to help us out with that. Overall, I would say that cleanup of the instance took us about a month and a half, more or less, especially with those meetings. And we did count with a large team, especially on the client side, which was supporting us on that.
Any other questions? No? Okay, so just catch it.
Thanks. I'd like to share a story, which is really similar to what you showed here. So I used to work in a marketing department that was essentially an internal agency at a company serving 5 different business lines. So the time tracking needs were really tight because we needed to report costs, which project, which stakeholder, and so on and so forth. And we had a problem shortly after implementing Tempo that we were reporting too low amount of billable hours. And then we implemented structure on top of that. And we added a couple of measures just as you showed, And, we didn't change anything in our workflows. We just added a couple of new measures and, the numbers instantly went up.
Yeah.
So, a couple of small tweaks can really go a long way.
Definitely.
It's not a question, but I thought it's relevant here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And I have one question to you.
Sure.
What are the names of your cats? Because I saw it on the slide.
They're called Momo and Mai.
Nice. Nice. Thanks again for your great use case presentation. So thank you.
Thank you.
And now, for the first time ever, we have a surprise. No one knows. No, actually, one person knows a bit what it is all about. So it's going to be a first jam session during eazyBI Community Days, brought here by our newest team member, Carlos. And he didn't join just a couple of months ago. He's already with us for some while. But yes, so he will connect, and we hope that everything will work now, and the surprise will be here for everyone.
I'm sorry. I always try to make everything difficult for me. DevOps guys, we do that. So, let's go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. And now you're all getting quite hungry. And I'm the last obstacle between you and the lunch, so I'll try to be brief and try to ask you one thing. What do we need to keep doing in 2026? And there's only one thing we need to do. We need to keep playing guitar. We all want to be rock stars. And to be a rock star, we need to practice and put in some work. No amount of automation or AI will help us with that. Or will it? This is the story how AI helped me keep playing guitar while it did pretty much all of the work. It was a late autumn evening. I received an SMS from my house manager with a text that you always want to see. It said, "Did you really use the 100 cubic meters of hot water?" Oops. Oops, indeed, I just used one. That can cost me up additional 200 euros. I shouldn't do that again. No. I needed a way not to repeat this mistake. A way how I could analyze the data I input and verify that it did not make any mistakes. Since I'm a software developer, my first instinct was automation. As any competent software developer, I started to think about the plan and how eazyBI can help me with that. Well, I needed a place to store my data and a way to import this data into eazyBI. Luckily, eazyBI allows users to import data from Google Sheets, and Google Sheets allows for custom scripts. I could write my data into Google Sheets, import them into eazyBI, where I could have a report for my house manager and visual aids that could warn me if I had messed things up. Since this is 2026, there was no way I would write the code manually. So I set my goal to use AI as much as possible. So while AI is doing the work, I can sit down and play my guitar. I asked Gemini to help me write a script that would help with the input fields for the water meter measurements and store those measurements in Google Sheet. Importing Google Sheets into eazyBI is pretty straightforward. I just authenticated my Google user to the eazyBI, selected which Google Sheet I wanted to import, and that was good. However, since this is not a Jira import, I run into a small problem. Data mapping. Currently, eazyBI doesn't have an assistant for data mapping, so I needed to go old school and check YouTube, where I found a very nice video from my colleague Garda. Hi, Garda. It was titled "All Paws on Deck." This video showed me that I needed a calculated column with a JavaScript code, which I created with a little help from my friend Gemini. And voila! All the data was successfully imported into eazyBI. Now that I had all the data into eazyBI, I needed a report that showed me the last 2 months of water usage that I could send to my house manager. But of course, I wanted to play guitar, not create some reports or charts, even though they're really lovely. But no matter. Playing guitar is the most important thing we can do, right? So I asked our AI assistant, how can I select the data only from the last 2 months? And our AI assistant just created a report with an additional time dimension member and an index formula that selects just the last 2 months. Additionally, I just needed to press the non-empty button and all was well. So I got my report that I could send to my house manager every month, which is lovely, but I also wanted to catch any errors I had made during the data input. In software project management, software testing, software engineering, verification and validation is the process of checking the software systems meet specifications and requirements that fulfills its intended purpose. A verification in the age of AI is even more necessary as it allows AI to verify the changes it had made. So I needed a chart, and I needed the report for that chart. Luckily, this was a really easy report. I just needed all the measurements, and from those measurements, a line chart. If there were any weird spikes in the chart, it would be really easy for me to see that. And now the last item. A dashboard, where I can see the report that I need to send to my house manager, and my line chart, so I can verify that the data looks more or less okay and I haven't messed anything up. A couple of clicks later, I got it all. So there was only one thing left for me to do, and that was to play my guitar again. I don't want any worries, I just want to succeed. AI can do the work, 'cause I just wanna play guitar. Thank you.
Wow, that was something. So, yes, so now we are here for a lunch break. The lunch is served exactly in the same... Sorry, questions, of course. Any? Oh, we do. Many. Are you stuck here? First.
Where are the statistics for playing guitar?
Statistics, like how much time I was spent playing guitar and how much time I spent doing
Yeah, and which note often?
We need a system to gather these statistics, so I didn't use Tempo to track it so much, so nah. eazyBI couldn't help me with that.
So another.
Where did those 100 cubic meters go?
Oh, I was just luckily it wasn't like written down. He just asked me, "Oh, is it okay?" I said, "No. I definitely missed a one digit there." So it was all fine and well. I just didn't want to repeat the thing. So maybe the next time the house manager would also didn't see it. So.
So, any more questions? If not, then thanks a lot for this surprise. And yes, so now we are ready for lunch. It's served exactly in the same place. And for the live stream, we will be back with the next session in like 1.5 hours from now. So thank you very much. car list started before the break. And maybe, at the end of this day, we can all go for some jam session. So I leave it open for everyone to think, and you can come and volunteer and, build on it further. So I hope that everyone is, fueled up with some nice lunch and ready for the second half of today. And we have Roberts in front of us, one of our support team. And yes, colleagues love you as well, I see it. Everyone is so smiley. And I really am happy to hand it over to you for some nice report optimization session. So let's go.
Thank you, Evita. Well, I'm really nervous talking in front of all of you. Luckily, I'm not on a stage. We are on the same level, so that works for me. I will probably hide behind this podiums, though. So, yeah, that's me. My name's Robert. I like to make jokes, goof around, and I'm part of the eazyBI support team. And they think that I like to talk and know a lot about report optimization. Well, and at the end of the presentation, you can be the judge of which one of the two is true. So the word optimization, it inclines that something is not as good as it should be, a negative tone. So something does not work to its full potential and could be improved. In one or two words, you guys, can you describe an optimized report? Louder. Fast. Other options? Accurate. No errors. Efficient. Okay. Easy to read. Thank you.
Confirms my biases.
No. So what I heard, the first one was fast. I expected that. And a lot of focus on performance and some on the readability of the report. And the report performance depends on a lot of factors, like the source connection, the data model, and the amount of data that it has to envision, the report structure, and the complexity of calculations. So the agenda will be split into two halves. What we won't discuss, I will disclose the things I won't touch upon. And the other part, report optimization, well, we're gonna optimize some reports. We won't discuss anything that is tied to the data model, the reporting engine, the SQL queries, the caches, and some data center fine-tuning. That's off the table. What we will do is we will take reports and we'll be going out looking for trouble. So how do you know how to, or why actually to optimize the reports? Which reports are worth optimizing? Usually you notice it or some users come and let you know. Another way is looking into eazyBI usage statistics. There's this report, top slow report. That's a good start. You definitely will find some rough gems there. And find one that has impact. A lot of executions, multiple failures. Because like Gaddis yesterday said, they had 240 reports, but only a couple of them were really useful and used. So start with those. So now what follows is not an ordered list, but a way I try to approach slow reports. Like fix the frame first and then tackle the nuances. So the first step, this one is ordered. It's the first step. Does the report load? And well, if it does load, it makes our optimization work easier, because then we can see the output and the dimension members and measures. But even if it times out, we still see the report structure, the dimensions, we can expand them, we can see the measures and their formulas. And we can view what members are selected in those dimensions. But if you are anything like me, I'm not really patient, so I like to look into the report definition. And eazyBI has made it really easy. With recent updates, you can now look at the structure of the report in collapsible and expandable sections and find the members and measures and their formulas easily. You don't need to export the definition into another text editor. So if the report loads, another first step is switching to the table view. Why? Because it gives you a better overview, it's simpler, and you can see in a good visual way what is in the report instead of like a line chart that seems to go on forever with the multiple lines, and you don't have the ability to distinguish right away what it shows. And our goal is to optimize the report, not to get insights at this point. So the table does that for us. And let us have a look at this actual report. It was loading 54 seconds, so on the verge of timing out with the default timeout setting. And it was published in a dashboard with similar reports, and those timed out frequently. When we zoom in, the structure is pretty simple, right? And yeah, maybe you can take a look and give me your thoughts. Where could we start first? Thank you, good one. Other options?
Optimizer assistant.
We'll get to that. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else?
Look how many sprints there are.
Good. All good options. Thank you. My first, when I saw this in our support queue, my first instinct was be a optimization cowboy and jump straight into the calculated measure. That's my first instinct. Always has been, but I getting older and wiser, and I start to look at the report structure first. And we see that it has hide empty, like some of you said. There could be a lot of sprints maybe loading. And then we can also have a look at the sprint dimension and its sections individually. So we expand the individual members. We see some calculated members, but they are not active at this moment. Then we look into the all hierarchy level members, and we see that there are 3,000 sprints. That's quite a lot. And what this means, the hide empty option right there, it hides all the 3,000 sprints except these 5 ones. So that's a lot of work. eazyBI has to load all those 3,000 sprints and then hide them. And this tells me that maybe we should load less sprints. And one way we could do it is non-empty option. Or another one is filter rows by a particular measure. That also reduces the report load time from 54 seconds to 2 seconds. So the number of members in a dimension which is in the report rows really matters. And the way you can reduce the report loading time is by filtering the report rows or by enabling non-empty option. This non-empty option is always enabled by default for the issue dimension, which is the largest dimension, usually in the JIR issues cube. And next one is a classic, where we have a multi-dimensional setup in the report rows with the issue dimension expanded. So The members all are expanded, the dimensions create multiplications, and eazyBI has to find the relevant members for each of the combinations. That's really, it slows down the report loading time. And because it contains the issue dimension, we can replace most of it with the issue properties. So there go the linked bugs, there go the assignees, the issue type, and with the project dimension, we can leverage the issue dimension project level. We select the project level and then expand the issues to view the individual issues. Because how issue links work, they don't have a none member. We need to filter out issues that don't have bugs. We can do that with the row filter. And probably we should also filter out issues without story points completed as well. And this was you could say easy mode. With issues, with the issue dimension, we can replace most of the columns with properties. On the hard mode, to improve reports with multiple dimensions that don't have the benefit of the issue dimension, you would have to reduce the number of dimensions as much as possible, and then use the drill across action to add the context for some rows with the other dimensions you want to see the results. So another takeaway is the number of dimensions matters as well, and use properties when possible and drill across when not. For report pages, that's the next section I most likely look in. And one thing that bothers me is sometimes the page selections don't make sense. So, for example, look at the selections and determine if other dimensions don't do the work, or maybe some measures do the work. The most, let's have a look at an example first. So this report has 3 dimensions in the page filters and measures revolving around the resolved issue metrics for assignees. So the first thing we see is the page dimension resolution. If the metrics revolve around resolution, do we really need the resolution dimension in the pages with all the selections, multiple selections? If the issues have the resolution date, they will already be with the resolution. The next thing to look out for is multiple selections within one dimension. Each selection is evaluated, and maybe you don't need those multiple selections and you can leverage a hierarchy. So, for example, in the time dimension filter, we have 3 quarters, and maybe, just maybe, you also would want to include the 4th quarter, but you don't include it because it hasn't come up yet. I know 2024 is past, but it's an example. You could just use one selection, year 24 only. With the project selection, it's a tougher question because it's a calculated, those are 3 calculated members that aggregate multiple projects. So in this case, when we select 3 calculated members which already aggregate something, it's actually an aggregation of an aggregation which creates an additional overhead. So a slightly better option would be aggregating those projects involved in those 3 calculated members into one. Better option would be looking into the project categories. Maybe those projects are from the same categories, and we can leverage the category hierarchy. And still, an option would be creating a custom hierarchy in the project dimension, grouping the projects into like one hierarchy level, a custom one. And that would mean one selection and faster results. So yeah, seek options to, the third thing in the pages is seeking options to reuse dimensions that are already in the report. So in this example, the report is filtered by projects, issue types, and statuses, by fixed version, and there are some metrics regarding them. The fixed version is somewhat unique in the way that it has a project level in it, in the default hierarchy. So you could get away by removing the project dimension and adding the fixed version dimension to the pages as well, and filter the project there. That would limit the members in the rows by the dimension selection in the pages, which would make the report load faster a bit. Let's reuse the same report to look at columns. That's the next option we look at. I look at, not we particularly, but I. And usually in columns we have measures, but for now I will focus on the other dimensions. And here we have the label dimension, which is split into halves: calculated member, software faults, and the all labels, which is the default member. And what clutters the view is the dimensions are duplicated also for the fixed version properties for the version start date and release date. And if we would expand the all labels, it would clutter the view even more. And knowing how the label dimension is used, it would probably mean a lot of columns. So to address both of these issues, we could define a new calculated member, a tuple, calculated measure, which would use the epochs with selected issues in release measure, together with the calculated member in labels. Or, if you would like to leverage on the option to expand the all labels for a particular measure, you could remove the labels from the columns and then drill into labels for that particular measure. That would allow you to select the members you want to have, and then have the desired split. So, in columns, the number of dimensions matters even more than in rows, because we don't have the option to filter columns, only hide the empty ones. We don't have the non-empty option, which we have in rows. So, yeah, use less or none in columns, or if you do, then try to use ones with less members, fewer members. And when you have multiple measures and properties in the columns, so yeah, try to split them with the drill into option. So, why we leave measures last? Well, that is a rabbit hole. Whenever I see a report with a measure name I don't recognize, I prepare for the worst. Because, yeah, in the report view, like I discussed, I have 3 places where I can mess up. I can place too many dimensions somewhere, not use non-empty or filter, but they are the frame. So what would a good calculation do if the whole frame is messed up and the report loads unnecessary members? Yeah, you could waste a lot of time optimizing calculations when the report context is not optimal. And yeah, no visible improvements would be made with optimizing calculations. That is why I leave measures the last ones, even though, as we have heard, they make up the most. They are responsible for the worst performance usually. So, but yes, some key takeaways about measures. they hold the report together. They tie all the different perspectives, the dimensions together, and yeah, help the reporting engine to return results faster. So yeah, it's all connected, and so use at least one numeric measure in your reports. But there's a caveat. Not all measures are created equally. So yeah, there are total measures, there are historical measures, and work log measures. They differ how fast they retrieve results, marginally, but noticeable in heavy calculations, complex reports, and large environments. So why are they not equal? Well, how many creation, resolution, or due dates does an issue have? 1. Okay, good. How many work logs can an issue have? More. A lot. How many changelog entries? More. Even more. That's why. That's the difference. Why some are faster and some are slower. The next one is abstraction hell. Like, that comes from programming, but I think we can agree that some of it is also in calculations. So beware of nested calculations. Whenever a calculation is calculated measure is based on another calculated measure, go get to the origin of it, because especially when those calculations also iterate through issues again. So the idea would be to try to create one calculation which leverages the filters together in one, instead of iterating again and again, nesting them. Then try to simplify the environment in which you try to optimize the report. So you would want a faster feedback loop if something is working or not. So you create a simpler report that loads a little bit faster. You can see still some differences, but yeah, you don't want to wait a minute every time you make an update. And also leverage the refresh and stop refresh button in the report itself. Use the optimization assistant. It may not always get you the right approach, but it surely will tell you which parts take the longest, and then you have something you can bring your attention to. And yeah, another one is use all the options eazyBI offers you. So for example, in this case, instead of iterating through issues, go use the age interval. Not a lot of users know of these sometimes hidden options, like issue cycles and also issue closed statuses. You can get a lot of information out of already those, well, you could say, gems out of eazyBI. So instead of iterating through issues, you could get by with a simple fast tuple. Yeah, and that's in summary about measures. But yeah, this is just a, you could say, a little part of the whole optimization complex of eazyBI, because we have a lot of other talks about descendants. That was a good one. Then a few years back we had about JavaScript calculations, account optimization, and management. So yeah, go look through all of those examples, not just this one. And I would want to close with regards to the import options and the amount of data that is imported. The number of issues, sometimes it's something you want to know. It's not a universal sign, but it is an indicator of what you should expect. Go find it in the issue dimension, all hierarchy level members section. And yeah, oftentimes you will have to decide in what kind of account you can create which particular reports. So yeah, you have to think, will you go with the big hauler or the speedy two-seater or something in between? Yeah, thank you. That's it. No silver bullets from me, so yeah, go easy on the questions.
So, do we have any? It was so clear, or it was not at
unclear.
all? So, so which camp we are? Okay.
Thank
so
you.
Thank you, Robert. So, as the next speaker, we have Guido. And Guido is, I would say, one of the most experienced eazyBI trainers because he has gained a lot of experience of training our partners, leading different, types of the sessions, courses about eazyBI. So, independent from the topic he's presenting today, he's a good one to consult on in any questions related to how to actually better learn eazyBI. And we also have a great sessions by Guido from another community days that you can check on our YouTube channel. So they're all available. But today I pass the floor to Guido for the new session.
Just double checking. Okay, everything is cleared. Very good. Let's go to dashboard, account users, and let's start the show. Hey, I'm Guido. Thank you for the introduction. And today my topic will be defining access roles to users. Well, a good way to define limit access to users in eazyBI is to just create multiple accounts, and then you import different projects and different accounts, and that's a good way how to separate that. But for today's topic, I want to talk about how we can do it in one account. For that, we will have to use the data access roles. And from my experience, well, data access roles at the beginning is not really the most intuitive functionality. That's also shown other people, and during the years setting up the data access roles for multiple customers, I've developed a specific workflow and setup that I do pretty much for every customer, and I just wanted to share and go through the steps on how I set that up. Wait, give me a second. And so, to demonstrate this, we will use a use case with 4 different account user roles. And our first role will be a sales manager. Sales manager is responsible in the company for his sales team so that the sales team reaches their targets, they're motivated, and, well, they're doing working efficiently. So what this user needs to see, he needs to see the sales and targets for all of his employees or like his sales team. He needs to see activities, what kind of activities the user do, what kind of quotations they have created, and maybe also look at the sales orders from their employees. But he cannot have access to finances. We don't want him to see what kind of salaries does everyone get, what the company is earning and so much. And stock is not really relevant to him. His focus is more on motivating the team. So the next user role will be the salesperson. So he's the person who picks up the phone, calls up the customers, talks to them. He has his own sales target that he's trying to reach. Right? So for him, it's important to see his targets and how is he doing in sales. He can overview his activities, look at his quotations, and what kind of sales orders are coming up, so that he knows what kind of sales will be. For the same thing, he cannot see finances and stock, but also very importantly, he cannot see his other colleagues' targets and results. Right? So that he doesn't peek what they're doing. He is staying on his targets. He's not comparing. So he's playing the game where he's trying to
be better to himself. The next role will be the inventory manager. So this person in the company is responsible for having items in stock available when they're sold. So we sell an item. If it's not in stock, then we can send it to our customer. So for him, the access should be to the stock information. He should be able to see sales orders, so he can predict how much stock will come out. And also, he showed interest in seeing sales reports. Right? We haven't fully implemented eazyBI here. We're still working here. So he said that he wants to look at sales reports so he can predict what do I need to order, look at the sales results. But we don't want him to see what kind of activities specific users are doing. Quotations are not really relevant, and finances, definitely, we don't want him to look at company finances. And lastly, we have the financial director. He is the guy who can see the finances. And on top of that, he showed interest that he wants to make his own reports. He wants to play around eazyBI, see how it is. Maybe he's working out his account groups, so he also expressed interest in creating his own reports. But sales, activities, quotation, stock is not really relevant to him, so we don't want to give him access. So, keep it focused on the most important things. So, before we get into role specification, I would like to mention the general user roles and how they work. To demonstrate this, I have set up an account where I have two users. I have myself, and then I have another account. So this is my workflow and how I set up roles as well, because when I create the user roles, I want to make sure that they work correctly. And the best way to do that is not give to the user and ask, hey, did you see what you're supposed to see? Right? We have a separate account with the user, we give the access, and then we see if everything is correct. Right? So here on my second screen, with the black screen is the end user. Right? So when you see the black screen, dark theme, this is what the user will see. So if we go down the list of the normal roles, then the first role is the dashboard viewer. This user can access the dashboard section, and he can see all of the available dashboards. So we have the company overview, profit and loss, salesperson dashboard, we have financial budgeting, target monitoring for salespeople, and then stock information. Right? Then if we go one role up to viewer, then a viewer can also see the dashboards, but he can also go to Analyze tab and walk through, see all the reports, see all the data cubes, and basically check out what's available with the cube. By the way, you can see that for this demonstration, I have different sets of data or different cubes. We have the CRM for activities, financials for financials, invoices, quotations, sales orders, and stock. And then we'll use those later as well. But this user can also create their own reports, but he cannot save anything. He can play around, but he cannot save anything. The next user role is a user. So this person can do everything the same, but he can also make and save their own reports. So I have my report, I can save it, and I can use it on my own. But this role cannot open other people's reports and then make changes to their reports and then overwrite them. So this is very nice if you want to have users in your account that work on their own, but they don't break anything existing or then change anything to existing reports. So that's a really nice role. All the next roles, we cannot limit access to dashboards or specific members anymore. Those are all admins, right? So we're not really interested in them too much today, but report admin can edit and update all the reports. Data admin can have access to this source data section, and the user admin can have access to this section we're looking at right now. Okay, so we went through the regular roles. Let's get to more detail on the specifying roles for our users. Step one in my workflow, which I recommend to use, by the way, is to define a general role for dashboard. The reason for this is that we want to first limit access to everything, so no one can see anything. And then once everything's limited, then we say, you can do this, you can do that, and you can do that. So I will be doing this live demonstration, so bear with me if I miss something. So to define this, we need to go to data access role, define a new role, and then very simply type a name, and we have defined a new role. Now, the second step we need to do, we need to go to the dashboard section and go to this lock here, and then put the role to all of the dashboards. So this will prevent anyone from seeing anything, or except admins, right? So anyone below admin role. So let's see how it looks like. So this is the end user. Now, that's completely normal. I was in analyze section and I didn't have access to that. But now, since I go to the dashboard, I don't see anything, which is good. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Now, the next step is that we closed up everything. Now we give access to people. So let's start with the sales manager. So let's go to data access roles, define new role. And instead of calling it sales manager, I will call it sales team. Might be a little odd, but you'll later see why. So I will save these changes. And as I go to the dashboard here and define roles, this group needs to see salesperson KPIs, and this group needs to see target monitoring. So this is for the sales team. So the sales manager can see how the salespeople are reaching their targets and how are they doing in sales. So once I save this, we need to test it out. So we'll go to our user and we'll give him the sales team role and save this, right? So let's see how that looks like. So now, as a sales manager, this person logs in, he can see the salesperson KPIs, so how are the sales in general doing, and he can see a list of all of the different users, how are they reaching their targets, and so on. And more specifically, he can also come here, switch between different users, he can click on Audrey, look at how Audrey is doing, and go through the list. Now, let's move on to the next role, which is the salesperson. So here we need to get a little bit more specific, because we want to make sure the salesperson has access only to his own sales, to his own data. So to do that, let's go to data access roles and define a new role, and we will define this role at the beginning for Audrey, right? I will show only one person, but you would have to do this for each individual salesperson. And here, I need to say what kind of data cubes should he have access to. So we have sales orders, quotations, activities, and invoices. And more importantly, we need to select a dimension where we'll have a limitation, and we need to select what will this user have access to. In this case, we can select that this user will see data that has been created by Audrey, essentially himself. There are also options here to select multiple, just like normally, or do the opposite. You can say he does not have access to Audrey, but everything else, right? But we'll keep it simple. Select this one role for Audrey, and then save. So let's test out this role. We'll select Audrey, and you might be thinking, I'm missing something. I didn't add the dashboard one. I didn't add it to the dashboard, right? So, and you will be right, because now Audrey doesn't see anything. But this is where the other role comes in. Remember, I called it sales team. So now I don't need to go and put every salesperson in my dashboard, which will be, I've seen people actually do that, and it's very, very inefficient. where I need to refresh the page, where I've seen people come here and they list all of their 20 employees. Every time you create a new role, you go to dashboard, you put it in. Very inefficient, hard to manage. But here, we created one role, sales team, and we're just gonna use it for all the salespeople. So one role, we specify you have only access to that specific dimension member. Second one, you have access to this dashboard. So we have a combination of those two. I open up the dashboard. I have access to these dashboards, or Audrey has. And if Audrey comes and looks at the person, he can only see data about himself. Then we have the next one will be the inventory manager. So for him, we will go to data access roles and create a new role, inventory manager. And since he asked us to have access to looking at sales reports, we need to give him a little bit more access. He will be not only a dashboard viewer, he will be a viewer. So it's important here to limit access so he can access only specific data cubes, which were the sales orders, stock, and invoices. So let's save these changes. Go to the inventory manager here, test out the role. And again, since he asked to create his look at the available reports, we will give him a viewer role. So this is what he sees. We are missing one thing. We want him to only see the stock turnover here. So we'll add inventory manager, and he's not a sales team, because we don't really want him to look at the targets of salespeople or what they're selling. We want him to focus on the dashboard. So we say that this guy will be have access to inventory management. He's a viewer, and if you look at the dashboard, he can see the stock turnover, this specific dashboard, but the user also has access to the analyze section, and he has access to those 3 cubes where he can look at sales. So maybe he wants to sell sales increase dynamics. He's look at this. Maybe this helps with my stock predictions. Look at other reports, and then maybe we can have a sit down with him like 2 weeks later, and then pick what kind of numbers from sales would help him to order stock efficiently. And the last role that we have left is the financial director. For financial director, it's also quite straightforward. So we will be creating a new data role for him as well, financial director. And the financial director is not really interested in sales, he's not interested in stock, he just wants to work with his finances. So to make things easier for him, we'll give him access to finances. And very importantly, we'll select the financial director role here. And since he expressed some interest on making his own reports, playing around eazyBI, saving, making changes, we will give also him the user access role. This is financial director instead of inventory manager. And we also want to make sure that the financial director has access to his budget control and to his profit and loss financial dashboards. We save that, and let's look at the result. So here, the financial director, if we give him these roles, he will be able to log in, see his profit and loss. He will be able to see his budget control, and at the same time, he can go to his financial data cube, open this up, and play on the report, save his own reports, so because he wants to do stuff on his own, and he can have his little sandbox where he can play around his own data and own reports. As an honorable mentions, I wanted to mention 2 more cool things you can do with data access roles or limiting access with users. One cool approach is that you can use current user email. This is a little bit more advanced way of how to set up limited access, where you make a dashboard and you force a calculated member selection, where this calculated member looks at the user's email with this function right here, and then finds the user that has this email. So in that way, the calculated member automatically picks the user, and then the dashboard shows data for this. This is a little bit more tricky because you have to disable drills if you're using this functionality, because if someone is smart enough, they can click on drill across person or drill across assignee, and then it will ignore this calculation and see everything. Right? So that's got a little bit more advanced. And the other honorable mention are folders. So you can put dashboards or reports in specific folders and then restrict access to these folders. So this will be nice if you, let's say, you have a folder that with the reports or dashboards that everyone could see, but then you have a folder that you lock or give some kind of access limits to say that this folder is not accessible unless you have these specific data access roles. So there's multiple ways how to do it. I shared my best approach. And one more thing that probably good to mention is one downside of this functionality is that when you define the dashboard role for everything, when a user creates a new dashboard, he needs to remember to go limit access to that. I submitted a wish today to eazyBI to have a default access role or some kind of lock everything, but that is something to keep in mind when you make a new dashboard. Make sure you limit the access to this dashboard, or otherwise everyone can see it. Okay, thank you very much.
So do you have any questions to Guido? Yeah, very shy and slow hand is coming up.
Guido, from your experience, what are usually the reasons why customers decide to import all the information into one account instead of splitting into several?
Let me ask you this, why, in your experience, people separate in different accounts?
You can avoid setting up user roles, that access roles.
True.
And it's very like you forget something, and then with all those interactions, drilling and stuff and calculations. Yeah.
Well, it's nice to have everything in one account because you can make reports about everything, right? So you want to see report about all the data together. Also, how we use eazyBI, we cannot really split data up. Mm-hmm. And if we talk about business data, then you don't really usually split up invoices. Like if you have separate companies, then sure, you can create separate accounts. But if you have invoices coming from one company or financials coming from one company, there's no really point where you can split up or separate that. That then just kind of messes up the whole data results.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot. If no more questions, then thank you, Guido. And now we will have two of our colleagues sharing short tips and tricks sessions about how to use eazyBI better, easier, or maybe, smarter. So let's see what they have prepared. So we will start with Dinah, and afterwards will be Elita taking over from Dinah. So I see that we are good to go.
Hello, everyone. Today I will share my love and hate relationship with interval dimensions. And Robert already mentioned in this presentation about report optimizations that intervals is one, using of interval dimensions is one way how you can create faster charts. And this is a hidden gem. I will dive in this little hidden gem, and maybe you give some sense why it maybe is hidden for now at some point. So interval dimensions are actually quite old functionality, quite old and actually cool functionality. And you can enable it by for age and resolution. Age intervals is for jitter import. And you can also enable it for any numeric field. If additional settings for those fields are available, you can enable this hierarchy for this intervals for this as well. And we ourselves are actually very picky on what we put in our reports and in our dashboards. And this report on bug age, open bug age, has found its honorable way in our own overall dashboard. So we look at it on every day we check our development progress. So let's see how intervals work. And here is a side note. When I have started my journey in eazyBI as support consultant, I worked for 6 years as consultant and get some knowledge on how eazyBI works during the phase. So, here is the case. Let's imagine what is my thought process as support consultant when I receive a customer request about, for example, like Robert mentioned, some strange reports that should have some optimization or some request. When I see that duration or age could be analyzed in a good way. So this is my first thought. Intervals, this is good. It's so good. It's for support SLA. I just put some intervals, for example, 0.0 days, 0.05 days, 1 day, 3 days, and it looks great. Just select it. The report is readable. Everything works. Nice. Go for it. So, there is my next thought. It could be so that there could be also another team. And the report, and for this team, they do share the same set of intervals. For example, if the support team was 1 or 3 days, then development is 3 days. They are just starting at that. So it will be much longer periods. So we need to add a different intervals for a different team. So, and what happens? Guess what? Intervals changed. It was previous like that, now it's like that. And not that one specific interval was just added, the previous selections changed. So it may, if you have hand-picked for the report, you probably have broken it already, but maybe not yet. So, but for the same development team, you actually can't use this interval right away because those first intervals, they are not usable for it. They start with 10 days, and whereas my 10 days, they are a combination of all the previous periods, so I need to combine them. So I need to add a calculation, and when I add the calculation, I can't just use interval selection all members. I need to hand-pick any interval. I need to bookmark it. I need to select it in a specific order. So it's not so that I can just select and use it and everything will work. So and do not add any more intervals. If another team, for example, for, I don't know, bigger project implementation, not for program implementation. They will start on on 1 year, half a year project. That's done deal. The report just broke. No, it's not working again. And as you can see, I already tensed up with that. So on that point, as a support consultant, when I need to suggest this, if my tension level was this high already, then I will start, okay, what to do? Or maybe if the user didn't come up with problems that the report is already broken, maybe I will suggest the first solution with this complex formula that later on maybe should be optimized with intervals. So my response to a customer may change based on this decisions already, and therefore sometimes maybe I will not suggest it at all. So, and as I mentioned, we ourselves are using this report. This is the same report. And actually, why we are using it? Because not because it's very readable, but because we know each slice, and we know that it will not change because we have set it up. We know what we are looking for. We actually don't try to read it because it's not very readable. This .029, what it means. What it means. So, on that point, on the last hackathon day, we do our hackathons every second month. On the last hackathon day, I remembered these tense intentions every time I needed, as a support consultant, to write down something, suggest a solution for a customer. I set it up in I have a power as a developer. Now I'm a developer, so I can do it better. So, here is my actual thing I would like to discuss today. It's improvements for interval dimensions. They are not yet implemented. They will be, I hope, soon enough. So, the first thing what we can do, if we have those 2 different teams, 3 different teams, whatever, create a new hierarchy for each usage, for support team, for one interval hierarchy, for development team, another hierarchy. This already helps that you do not need to combine or split something. You just use a different hierarchy, either for specific report or for specific project selections, and it could be just be selected, no calculations, no combinations, it will work just as fine as well. The next thing I added is that you can define different way, a different representation of those intervals, because so that they do not change over the time, so they could be fixed or specified based on your company rules. In this case, we allow to enable custom intervals, and you can use to and from like placeholder values and build your naming around it. And we use this option because there are quite a lot of reports with intervals already, and it helps with backwards compatibility, so you can select it for either specific reports you are new created, or just implement make changes for intervals by account one by one. And this already looks much easier to understand. So that if you just select with even default selections, it will not be 0 dot, but less than 10 days. Less than 10, it's already more clear what it means, or more bigger or more than 60 days, for example. And if needed, you can also edit specific interval and change it. For example, in this case, I removed those bigger and those signs and just put dot between them, and it will just look like that, so that you can, but it could be done like that. Another thing, it's small thing because I represented this for a support team and they said, what about negative intervals? So I added this as well. So I put negative intervals in brackets, not with this dot, because there is already some processing for interval setup when you're already using this dash. Not dot. And therefore, I suggest you in brackets. Let's see how it will go through a review, but for now it's like that. And then it could be split like -10. It's not reasonable, but for demonstration purposes, it will serve enough. So let's recap it. So it will be improvements. It will definitely will be, and there will be new, option to add new hierarchies, define custom labels, and also use negative intervals. And for my support colleagues, enjoy using and suggesting for the customer, and for customers, let's try and use it. Thank you.
Any questions to Dina? Use the opportunity to ask. When it's going to be available?
Here it is.
When it will be. It's done.
Good. So we are ready for one more short tips and tricks session, and it's our colleague Elita here in front of us, and I think that she might have some interesting insights to show us.
Hello. It's not gonna be a trick. Maybe it will be a tip. Depends. So this is not eazyBI. This is who has ever had a New Year, New Me resolution? Yes. So did I. Last year, I said, okay, I'm gonna run, and this time I will have targets. So I'll have, every month I will have a target of kilometers to burn, and I will increase my target by 5 kilometers every month. A doable, reachable target. And then I think it was around March, we had a 2-day event. I think it was in Jurmala. I had a glass of something, and then I said, I'm signing up for a half marathon. And so I had to do some more trainings. And for me to motivate myself, I need to write down what I did. So I created an Excel spreadsheet. And whenever I came home from a run, I entered my data. You may ask, but Elita, why can't you export it from your watch? I had an Apple Watch. I don't know. I never checked, actually, if I could export it. But I'm sorry, Raimond, I do like Excel. It's my baby since whenever I was 20-something. But Excel allows me to visualize my data with eazyBI. This is not a good format how to import this data into eazyBI. So I had to do some little bit of alignment here with some formulas there, but totally doable. So I was super eager to see how my data looks. So here, the first report. You probably have no clue what this means, but it's very simple. These are the distances I ran. Those that are runners may think, "Oh my God, this is just like a child's game, right?" But I needed reachable targets. I didn't want to overload myself, and you can see that eventually, I think this is after the March meeting, so I started running more because I had a half marathon to run, right? And here the colors are, oh, they don't look very good on that screen, but the green ones are my top 10 paces. Again, if you're a super fast runner, you may say, oh my God, Elita, my grandmother runs faster. But it was fast enough for me. So, I even had like a 6-minute pace, which was really nice for me. And then here I started a very embarrassing pace, but I have a story for that too. So I trained for my half marathon, and here in this chart, horrible, right? My heart rate is absolutely horrible, but I told myself, but you just look at the trend. Is the arrow green or red? Is your heart rate decreasing eventually? Yes, it is. So that's good, right? And then I ran my half marathon. Where is my keynote? Oh, it's very. This was my average heart rate. Okay. I did it. I didn't die. I didn't puke. Everything was good. I went home and my daughter said, "Mom, I want to eat," and I was like, "I want to die," but I did it. I was very proud. Actually, I did a half marathon every week before 2 weeks. In a row, I did half a marathon before my marathon race. Didn't die as well, didn't puke, so that was great success. So that was my average heart rate for Q1 in 2025. Then, luckily, I continued my running. I took a little bit of a pause in June, and what did I want to say? Oh, I went on a business trip with Jānis Gulbis. And then we had a talk about, I don't know if you remember, but we did have a talk, and he was like, Elita, you need to run slower. And I was like, I can't, it's embarrassing. Like, if I'm gonna follow the heart rate zones, I'm just gonna walk, right? And what will Riga runners will think of me when I'm on the streets walking? That's just unacceptable. But I did my best. I talked to ChatGPT. I asked advice from my AI friend, and the ChatGPT said, "Well, try to run until you reach around 150 beats." And I said, "Can it be 155?" So I started negotiating with the AI. It's not good, but then I had a target to run 30 kilometers by the end of in one run, not in a month. I had a target to run 30 kilometers, and I did it. So here I created the kilometer burn downs each month. January started very badly because I was actually sick, so I couldn't start burning my kilometers, but I did it. And I made all my targets very quickly, actually, except for June. And then I created the table. What should be my perfect pace to get the lowest average rate? This is where my Apple era ended. In October, I switched to Garmin. And then I figured out that Garmin has a very nice CSV download. So this is my data. The yellow ones are formula columns. So how do I motivate myself? What am I going to do? If I already have an Excel with my Garmin data, I should not be writing it down, but part of the fun was to enter my data in that Google spreadsheet. I really liked it. But about this afterwards. So then I did my, so then October came. I switched to Garmin. So I changed my strategy. I did start running slower, and it actually shows. But sometimes my ego would take over, and I would be like, I don't see you heart rate. I see no heart rate. I hear no heart rate. So I'm just gonna run. And of course, there was not fast progress. And then this year, I started integrating more workouts. So what you see here in this bar is that I signed up for a gym in March, and I started doing strength trainings, lifting weights, heat trainings, some yoga for when I talk to some maybe not the easiest customers, and then I need some mental workout as well. So I started integrating different kinds of workouts, and here you can see this line for the heart rate. Yes, it's still not the best, but it is decreasing. So I'm just gonna do my check, continue doing the gym workouts and also running. And here you can see that it's already turning a bit yellow, still very high, but pace, of course, is embarrassing, but it's the heart rate that matters for me. And in addition, because of my lifestyle, part of the time I spend in United States in an elevation of about 1,200 meters. And you can see I had my run, the lowest one, this is the average, is even below 160, but look at my pace. I have to walk a lot of times because the elevation is just too difficult for me, but I'm hoping that it helps me to still work on my heart. And here for the comparison, let me make it a little bigger. May 23rd, I ran almost the same distance as I did 2 days ago, and last year I had it in 169 heart rate, and now I had 159, which is a great success for me. Yes, the pace is a bit slower, but I take it as a progress. And in addition, I had a huge jet lag on Monday, okay? So not like I'm justifying, but I think it would have been better. And here I made a chart based on top most productive runs. And I can actually also make it to even below 150 if I push myself harder to make myself walk more in the runs, then I can make it, and I think that's the key for me to improve my health. So my conclusions, let me you may have a question. You may have a very good question, but tell it, how do you motivate yourself now when you don't have an Excel spreadsheet to use, right? I use Jira. I need to, so I'm a rather efficient person. I want to do something that's useful in many aspects. So I need to generate test data, right? So the days when I don't run, I have them flagged. So yesterday I was not in a position to run, so it's gonna be a red flag day. So so it's just bad. But today I did run. Let me just let me prove. Okay, today took a picture so that I could prove. So I did run. I'm gonna remove the flag, and I'm gonna create afterwards. I'm gonna create a story with a label that I run and how much kilometers are. So this is how I motivate myself. So this is how I generate data. I have the statuses. I have a history. I have new tickets that I create. So this is to answer your very good question. How do I motivate myself? And then here are my conclusions. So even this is also relevant for everyday eazyBI reports. Consider the whole story. Tracking just one metric, or in my case, like maybe distance or pace, it doesn't show the whole progress. So I would always choose bitter truth over sweet lies, and the dashboard that only tells you what you want to see or hear is probably a dashboard with missing data. Slowing down does not equal a failure. That is what I keep telling myself. And another conclusion for me is potentially this is a time for me to take a treadmill stress test to evaluate my heart. Maybe what is my normal is not the standard, because I feel quite good running in my 160s, so potentially I'm just built differently. Yes, so that's how I use eazyBI to be active. Thanks.
So do we have any questions to Elita? Yeah, go on.
Did you create for every day manually a ticket? Or
Well, you
make
create
it
the
automatically?
epic and you say automatically create the next. And yeah, yes, I do create them manually because I also add name days. And when I add name days, I write in the summary whose name it is so that I immediately see and I can send some great. I don't know if you know what the name day is. It's almost like a birthday, but we celebrate our names.
Okay.
But yes, I create them manually. I create them manually on an interval of around a month. Then I also put a reminder in the summary for me that I need to close a sprint because I also generate data for sprints. I add story points. Yeah, I do like a Jira admin.
More work than the run.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I do.
So thanks a lot. Yep. That was fun. So guys, great. Thanks for those sessions. And now we have a coffee break, and we are coming back at 20 minutes past 3 for the last block of the sessions. So enjoy some coffee and snacks. So, good to be back and good to have you back here. So, we have a next speaker from Stillsoft. And Dmitry will share us a bit different story because it's not going to be just about Jira, but it will also be linked with Confluence and how to actually, display some reports in Confluence. So, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dmitry. I represent Stillsoft, a Platinum Marketplace partner from Estonia. During this conference, we've seen lots of interesting ways to work with data in Jira. Today, I'm going to give you a slightly different angle to this story. As you probably have noticed, the Atlassian world has changed. For the last 2 decades, most people associated Atlassian software only with Jira. You know, the tool that software developers use at work. Today, this mental model is long out of date. After years of selling individual products, now we have the system of work, a place for everyone inside the company. Atlassian has been on a mission to unleash the potential of every team since their IPO in 2015, or even earlier, honestly. It took them 10 years to finally overcome the old perception and achieve a perfect split between technical and business users. Let this sink in for a moment. Today, 50% of Atlassian's users are in finance, HR, marketing, and other similar teams. They bring totally different ways of working and information needs to the platform. Their universe is text, multimedia, and spreadsheets rather than code repos and workflows. They still use Jira for planning and tracking, but Confluence is where their work happens and lives. Now, it's much more than a documentation dump or a knowledge base. It's a living space where teams spend most of their working time. For many customers, it turns out even more expensive than Jira due to higher user count. Still, it remains just a wiki for many of them, a huge underuse, in my opinion. Now, Jira contains a whole lot of work and execution data, but self-contained dashboards lack the context that only the teams doing the work can provide. They are a great invitation for the meeting, just not the meeting itself. Atlassian State of Teams 2025 showed that cross-functional work is much more common than we can think. As a marketing leader, I can fully confirm this. For me, shared context is gold. In my job, Jira solves for who's doing what and when, but all the deliverables, processes, documents, and reports live elsewhere. So let's take a look at how we can bridge this gap in the Atlassian system of work. Companies try to consolidate their SaaS portfolios, but an average team still uses 11 apps every single day, according to Gartner. This isn't just about the abundance of options available in the market, it's about different ways of working, ways of thinking, human personalities and preferences. We can clearly see the difference in how roles across the company work with data. For most teams that do the work, all that matters is ongoing tracking,
and quick preparation for a meeting. Their time span is quite short. Think about a quarterly report. Analysts, operations, and finance embrace a much longer horizon and more sophisticated approach. They need a structured data model with centralized metrics across projects and teams so they can analyze long-term trends and predict future performance. The leadership, let's be honest, most of them don't want to ever log into Jira. All they want is live information about what's going on and high-level business results, ideally in one place. We also have the admins, a different species altogether. They mostly care about whether the instance is working well and if people use it the right way. Different data needs mean these roles will choose different tools. But all of them need access to reliable data in one place where they can meet and work together. Bringing this information into Confluence helps reduce silos and makes knowledge available to both humans and AI. This allows teams to retain more context and share their lessons learned with an entire company. Remember all those meetings that could have been an email? They can be Confluence pages just as well. Here, people can add their own content next to the dashboard gadgets and discuss them in the comments, all on the same page. With just a couple of additions to our Atlassian toolset, we can build the ultimate reporting stack for every team. Adding eazyBI and table filter charts and spreadsheets for Confluence will allow us to connect Jira data, Confluence content, and external sources into a single comprehensive story. Let's see how it looks in practice. Different people will ask their Jira different questions, even when they look at the same data. We have a tight timeline today, so we'll take it simply with two approaches, operational and analytical. Here's Natalie, a cross-functional team leader. Her basic job is to keep up with what the teams are working on and spot blockers quickly. With one team, it's easy to look through the Jira project, right? But for multiple teams, it takes too much time. With the table filter, charts, and spreadsheets app, she can create a single overview as a filterable, paginated Confluence table based on Jira work items from multiple projects. Slicing the view to get from hundreds of work items to just a few takes a couple of clicks now. By the way, one of our customers has over 40 projects in such a table. In the next step, she can turn it into a full spreadsheet, just like the ones she knows from Excel, but right on the Confluence page. Now she can use calculated columns and conditional formatting to read the view even faster. The next Natalie's job is to analyze ongoing work data and check if there's something to fix or escalate. Preparing to team performance reviews or noticing a sudden spike in open support tickets now takes a single Confluence page. Every chart is a standalone macro gadget that can take live data from the same or a different source. Also, every chart is interactive, so Natalie can zoom in and out however she likes. If she decides to show the connected table underneath the chart, filtering it will change how the chart looks like, and vice versa. Last but not least, stakeholder management. Most reports Natalie creates are meant for the company leadership to consume. Laying out a quick roadmap long before the project lands in Jira can take just a couple of minutes and a simple table that displays as a proper Gantt chart. Over time, we can build up on it to show more complex dependencies and combine live information from Jira work items with other connected sources. Explaining why the new release is so important or what's delaying the due date is never easy. We all know that. A live interactive dashboard on a Confluence page can make this discussion async and less stressful. The bosses can subscribe to any report like this by simply liking the page or adding it to their bookmarks. Detailed documentation is as important as its high-level summary. So Natalie can easily combine content from different pages in a single table, via table excerpt or using the page properties report. Then add a pivot summary or more advanced calculations on top without affecting the source pages. Let's switch perspectives and take a look through an analyst lens. This is Martin, our ops manager. In simple terms, his number one job is to analyze what happened historically, spot repetitive patterns, and try to predict the future based on what he sees in the data. Similar mechanics, but with a different logic and a larger data set. When Martin finds something worth attention, he will want to share it with others. It becomes possible with eazyBI for Confluence. There, he can add a detailed explanation on top of his report, so people will get their answers without even having to ask questions. Or they can just start a common thread. A very important operations question is about systemic bottlenecks. Not just single sprint blockers. Martin looks for things that repeatedly get in the way of moving faster. This is the kind of workflow diagnostics that can work only if we zoom out on the timeline. Notice how this cross-project view is different from the team leaders table. Martin can analyze the average work item rate across projects only when he has enough data at hand and makes sure it's calculated the same way in each project. Natalie would have to know SQL to do the same job inside Confluence. Instead, she can just take a look at the report embedded from eazyBI. And of course, there's the metadata layer, so important for Atlassian admins. Their job is taking care of the instance health and monitoring its usage over time. When the users start reporting in Confluence more actively, Martin will notice it instantly. He can see the list of power users and drill down into what exactly they do, so he knows who to contact in case of questions. Also, tool adoption is an admin's KPI, so they'll be really happy to see the growing chart. Now, every time Martin tells me there's an outdated manual somewhere everyone on the team is still using, I want to buy him a beer next time we meet. With eazyBI for Confluence, he would get drunk really fast. People tend to forget about updating documentation, so hints like this can be worth millions. You can have them for a fraction of that, neatly placed on a Confluence page. I could go on like this for hours. Sky's the limit with reporting in Atlassian toolset. It took us 2 days to go through everything, and we are not in the middle. But we have 20-minute stops, so let's sum up what we've seen so far. In the system of work full of diverse teams, Confluence can become the source of truth for data-driven insights and decisions. To unlock this, we should empower teams to build interactive content based on their workspaces and other connected tools. This will literally keep everyone on the same Confluence page. There, cross-functional teams will share findings, add context, discuss trade-offs, and record decisions. Their AI teammates will be able to work with the same knowledge that humans already have, helping answer their questions more quickly and accurately. We can cover the reporting needs of every team with a stack of just 3 marketplace apps on top of Jira and Confluence. This way, each team can choose their comfortable way of working with the same data, and then meet together in a shared workspace to discuss the results. They can build a shared understanding based on a unified workflow that spans across the whole organization. Collect raw inputs from various sources, transform them into a usable dataset, ask the right questions to build useful views, and share the answers where more people can see them. The goal is to help teams see the same picture in the same place at any given time. I invite you to get out of the cube and elevate your system of work with live, interactive, and accessible data in Confluence. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? So, presenter, no? No questions? No mic. Good. Okay, so then thank you very much for your presentation. So, and I hope that we are ready for the next speaker. It's gonna be also a use case story, and yes, we have Maria here from Work Mobile. She is one of those speakers this year who simply, really used our, call for speakers form, and she came to us telling that, hey, there is a story I want to share. So because in many cases we are, approaching some partners, and Rodrigo, of course, was also the one who was just, applying because he already knows that he, wants to do it, and he's here already not for the first time. So. Yes, and Maria was another one who was really proactively, reaching out. And wishing to come here. So we are very happy that you are here and you are ready to share the story with us. So I can help. No, it's on the other side.
Thank you. Okay, very glad to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. And all right, here we are. So the topic of my presentation is the digital twin as a representation of your business. And I'm going to explain what I meant by that. It might be a little bit surprising because we know the digital twin is typically something that is more of a building or some kind of device, but how a process, a business can be represented as a digital twin. Let's see. So just a couple words about myself. I mainly work as an individual consultant, and I have a really heavy business background. And Atlassian and eazyBI, as a result, is something that I really arrived during the process of figuring out how to do the best IT structure for the cross-team communication and just the eazyBI. Well, Atlassian plus eazyBI turned out to be a super powerful, you can say, set of tools, really tightly integrated. And normally my works would start with studying the process, understanding what's going on, what are the challenges, what are the goals, strategic business goals, then building the Atlassian system, and then building the reporting on top of the data that gets extracted from Atlassian. However, often what happens is that I actually show the customers, the C-level, the decision makers, actually the dashboard. And that's what really convinces them. That's where this buy-in happens, because after all, they don't really care about how the steps or processes like going on. They care about the people to be comfortable, but when they understand what they can see, what are the questions they can answer with the help of those dashboards, that's what really makes them to go for it. So more and more often, eazyBI and templates with eazyBIs, they become the decision-making factor. So, as I say here, it's an analytical layer, basically, for business executive to understand their businesses across functions, processes, and decision. And today, with this presentation, I want to show you how to connect the business function into one single view. Those things like complex, also called index metrics. What is this and how to track them? And finally, how to make decisions based on what we see. And that's basically the structure of what we'll go through. Firstly, we will start with why reporting breaks. And the problem is never the lack of data, it's actually abundance of data. The problem is that, as we know it's all siloed around. So we can really try. I mean, as a consultant, I always encourage customers to go and focus on one platform, Atlassian, of course, in this case. But it's never really like an ideal world. There's always would be other tools. And then eventually you do have to work with them. And most typically what I see, what customers do, first of all, what they see, they kind of see the data, they see some reports, but they're not really meaningful. They don't answer the most critical questions. The situation is basically, the question goes down to understanding whether we are just busy or whether we are doing something that's really making us more profitable and successful. And as tools to answer those questions, often, still the spreadsheets are used. So basically, you need to extract the data. You need to every time manually process it, map to each other. So it's first of all does not happen often, and there are a lot of mistakes, of course. The spreadsheet zombie appears. So before going to the dashboards, I wanted to walk you through a business process and how it becomes the backbone, really, of analytics, and how to switch, or basically how the business concept, business-minded people would really think of this. Yeah, I understand that the majority here, the audience, would be technical people, and I'm like hope to bring you some new insight or new way of seeing this. So one of the most critical and most common processes is called lead to cash, L2C. Otherwise, it's also known as value flow. Value flow, there are different, but that's basically all the steps, one after another, that at the end produces value for either customer, external customer, or for internal customer, that may be your employee. So in lead to cash process, what do we have? So we start with marketing team that creates some, landing pages, web campaigns, advertising with Google or whatever to generate the initial leads, yeah? Then leads get qualified and hopefully they turn into an opportunity. Then the quote is issued with the price to the customer. Then the order received, and the work starts in terms of the project. The project is being undergoing. While we're doing the work, we might do the invoicing based on milestones, for example, or at the end, at the handover, there could be different cases. Then finally, we hand over our customer to support. And we might keep invoicing, for example, for annual subscription, and then we encourage for renewals, for upsells, and so on. So as we see, this process is a value flow. It's really single process, and it's not interrupted. However, we see that it's managed by multiple different teams. So first marketing, then sales. Then for the order, there normally also sales, sometimes some additional finance could be the guys. Then there is project management and delivery team. There is also finance, which is not mentioned here actually. Then there is service team, and finally account management or the same sales guy. So you see the entire company is involved into creating this single value flow. And what they use is different tools, The most typical scenario that would be marketing automation tools for the web campaigns, and CRM for nurturing those leads. Then that could be done in ERP, where you issue the order, you understand your margins, all the business, all the economics of the project. Then you work in a project management tool, sometimes a few of them, sometimes it's like Asana plus ClickUp plus Atlassian, happens to be. And finally, you introduce the help desk for the customers. So imagine, this is actually a real-life scenario. That's an issue, the biggest issue that a company, service management and software production company in telecom sphere, that's the challenge they had. Always the projects were understaffed. And what's the problem here? That was basically, as shown here, the top line, the top rectangles, they basically represent the HR process. So they first get the staffing demand, then they do the recruitment process, then they do onboarding, training, retention, and all that. but they only got the orders or the request for the project managers or developers or whoever at the moment when the project is confirmed. And it's not possible just to get people qualified in a, like even worldwide, just like this, yeah? So it does require some time. So here is the thing. They need to understand it earlier, but, well, somewhere, not where the red line is, the red line means incorrect, the red error, not on the project state, but earlier, like for example, on quote stage. So when the customer, the client requests the quote, it means that they're really interested and their high chance of probability of conversion. But a sales team is not going to call HR each time and say, hey, my project is like 90% chance to be closed. This customer is like really seems to be, you know, going to signing the contract. So instead, what we can do, we can build a dashboard that automatically draws the data from, well, CRM in this case, for example, any kind of CRM. Could be even built on Atlassian, but any for that matter. And we should have a certain coefficient or certain score that measures probability based on some other things. That's like marketing concepts. There are many ways to measure that probability. So in that case, recruitment, imagine they have a daily updated dashboard that tells them, hey, there's like really looks like you're going to need 5 more, I don't know, back-end software developers within 4 weeks from now. Okay, so they can start they can at least publish the vacancy, start building their pipeline of candidates, right? So by the time, let's say not 5, but eventually 3 people are needed, but they are ready and the projects are staffed properly. There is no problem, and that even this understaffing issue led to the fact that customers had to wait while HR needed to hire the right people. And same sort of thing happens on the way back, so to say, from service. Yeah, we do have the Jira capability to create a ticket and link it to the software issue, right? But that's typically an error or some kind of problem, but there is no common way to really generate those insights that would, on a regular basis, inform the marketing team, the product team about what the customers need. What are they looking for? What are they reading? What are their suggestions? Like, again, not to make it a conversational topic, but a dashboard that really feeds the right information across from the different team. Yeah, we're basically not talking today about like dashboards for HR built on HR data, the dashboards for sales built on sales data. Yeah, that's also very cool, but that's like, pretty known topic or more known than that. What we really want to show here is that HR needs to pull data, not only from HR database, but from project management or from sales CRM. So a digital twin concept basically would look like this. We connect all those domains as money, that includes revenue, costs, we're keeping the margin above the certain minimum, right? At the time, that is billable, non-billable, all those kind of things. People, including the staffing capabilities, work itself, what's being done, and we link it all to outcomes. So when we look at when we have the set of the dashboards, we can really understand all of those perspectives. So in this way, or in this case rather, eazyBI becomes this layer of analytical digestion and modeling of the data that is, well, could be called raw data or like data from multiple sources into like really meaningful metrics. So here are a few examples of most popular business metrics, so-called index metrics. That's more complex than just like what's our cycle time, for example, for closing a ticket. That we can do, of course. But for example, if you want to understand whether our capacity is sufficient to produce the revenue that we're planning for, yeah, we need to get data from multiple sources, from CRM, from Jira, from timesheet, and from HR database. Same for the margin at risk index. Again, it requires information about people, money, processes, lead to cash cycle that we've seen, we'll look at, customer signal, roadmap fit that we also looked at, the backwards flow of information, demand to hire readiness, yeah, that's what I mentioned, being prepared to stop the project, not to make customers wait. And yeah, action velocity index, that's basically, well, how well, imagine we're doing all of this, we are adapting, we're looking at those dashboards, we're doing the changes, but are we like good at it at all? Like, is there anything happening into the positive? Whether we are moving the right direction and how fast we do that. A few samples of the dashboards. So in general, there would be 4 layers. So each dashboard should contain only the information required for the specific stakeholder, be it, for example, an individual, like, for example, a salesperson would need to know what's on my pipeline today, who I should be calling first today, and so on. For the team, for the management and executive layer. So all of those dashboards, they would be different, built on the same data, but showing different things. So that's just a quick example of executive cockpit with the core numbers. And then obviously you can drill down all those things and understand what are, for example, the here at the bottom, build time revenue versus gross profit. So for example, we see that that here we're building, we are spending a lot of time and we're billing it, but the profit is just like this little fraction. Versus here we build less time, but it's more profitable. So things like this, if you build it, put it together in a meaningful way, that they tell you a lot about what's happening. A few more, that's more about the marketing. And yeah, they got a little bit distorted, but so I like this thing, that's the bubble chart, which is sales pipeline by product category. So if I'm a sales representative and I need to decide what's my next best move, who should be my prime customer for today, for this week, I would look at basically the score, probability score on the x-axis, and that's timeline, the timeline of decision making. And the volume is not really visible here, but the size of the bubble is the budget of the project. So basically, I would see, for example, a big bubble that is closer to today and higher probability. That means it's like really where I should put all my effort into. Rather, if there is a customer that's somewhere downwards in terms of the probability, they're just thinking, they're just inquiring, then probably that's I should just follow up on that. Unfortunately, it doesn't look representative for some reason, but this is a cool way for sales people just to, at the one one view, see what to focus on, and some other things. Yeah, just a few more samples. Yeah, another thing about utilization and vacation balance. Like if we put them next to each other, then we would see that some people are already utilized and they're like haven't taken their vacation for 2 years, and we should really incentivize them to kind of make this more even. And again, the data comes from different systems to us to make those decisions. And this one on the left, that's yeah, not very well represented, but it's for the timesheet. So for example, if I'm a manager and I receive the timesheet, I'm supposed to approve it or decline it. What do I do? Like I have to understand what are the financials, right, of my project. And this is a quick way to drill through those financials and make the decision within like 30 seconds, right on the go. Well, and finally, implementation roadmap. That's basically the steps that we already went through. You first map your value streams, like lead to cash, for example. That could be requirement for the talent till the hiring and onboarding. Another example, you define those most critical questions that you want to get the answers on your boards. Then you do the modeling of the dimensions and measures as well. You build those layered dashboards, and then you close the loop by really acting on those insights and then checking yourself whether your action put you forward. Yeah, and that's it. Thank you, and would you like to ask any questions?
So, any questions? No? Okay, then thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, there is a question. So,
Yeah, thanks. You were showing the value stream,
yeah.
Right, in the beginning. So, which starts with marketing, of course, and then goes through all the other functions. So, my question is, what's your take on including market intelligence and other external contexts into this digital twin data model? Mm-hmm. Because here we're risking like become too self-enclosed. You know, when we only look at the data that are internal, so we know what happens inside the company, like someone comes to our sales team and they're already in the CRM, we have more visibility because we talk to them. But like on the earlier stage, most of the buying decision happens without us taking part in it, you know, because customers decide by themselves. So what's your best practice on including the market context, the external, what happens in the world basically around us, how to include this into the digital twin model? Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great question. So for this value stream, starting with marketing, examples of existing dashboards that I was building is basically each marketing campaign would be tracked within Jira, ideally. So we track the time that people spend, we track the expenses, that like operating expenses, for example, we need to buy certain, equipment or whatever. And then we also track in real time the conversion rate and like such metrics as customer acquisition cost or customer time value. So we basically analyze our different marketing tools. We try them and we analyze which ones bring more and more the leads that convert better and that costs less. But that's based on our own trial and error, basically. But another example that I'd like to give, which I really like, it's talent intelligence. So when we have all those vacancies published, and we're starting to recruit in advance, and we're getting applications from all over the world, basically, and we ask people about their salary expectation, for example, or about the tech stack, about the years of experience they have. Yeah, I didn't include that dashboard, but it basically shows you the map, the heat map, like geographical map, that is showing where is your best talent, the most appropriate talent is focused, and that's how you make basically decision where to open your next office. Perhaps, yeah, let it be, I don't know, Poland, for example, or Romania, or maybe it's Nigeria, right? So you just like passively, in a passive way, while doing what you need, hiring people in a passive way, you also collect this worldwide talent intelligence, which actually costs money. So there are consulting companies that would sell, like, for example, 3 locations for $50,000, a report on just 3 locations on the talent availability. And you just get it, you just build it for yourself for free, and you have it in-house.
Cool, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, if no more questions, then thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, and the next speaker, it's Zane from eazyBI support team. She has been, I think, speaking in majority of the community days, and she's really saying that no, she will not speak, even if at the beginning she said that maybe not this year, but I think that I remember Zane almost in every community day speaking, whether a small one or a bigger, longer speech. So yes, so let's welcome Zane. She will, discover what's behind this title of the presentation.
Hello. Yeah, I didn't want to speak this year, but there's still place, so they took me on board. So, and then I came up with a topic. Actually, topic came to me, and then I kind of said to Ilse, read my thoughts on that. You should speak. So the idea is behind this is that we live in a very dynamic world. It's fast changing. I know other people had said the same thing centuries ago. And that was true at the time, and it's true again. In my mind, in my opinion, we live in a world where there's abundance of things, ideas, information. There's too much of new and old, weird, useful, broken, real ones, and also butaphories. So I see it as a chaotic world because it's hard to see the patterns. It's hard to find things or understand where it's something going. And it gives a lot of emotions. So therefore, chaos. The Prince of Chaos, because Prince of Chaos is a very cool guy. And he is very contemporary. I have borrowed him from one of my favorite books. This didn't work. Okay. One of my favorite books by Roger Zelazny. He is the author from past century, so he's classics already. But even though he wrote his Chronicles of Amber during the 70s and 80s, there's very contemporary ideas. In this world, there is a lot of chaos and order that are in dynamic relationship. And in this world lives Merlin, the Prince of Chaos. And what's interesting is that this Prince of Chaos builds a machine that becomes self-aware and sentient. And this is not human, not wizard, not God. And he tries to understand the answer on what it is. So I want to use this world as and Prince of Chaos and also his machine, which name is Ghost, if someone is interested in that, as a guidance for my travel through our chaotic world. So there won't be you should learn or no. We will just take a walk, and I will show you things what I see. Maybe you see the same. Okay. The first stop is very overwhelming. This is a place and topic I wanted to talk forever, and I believe everybody of you already have met some results of those processes. That main idea, if you put garbage in, nothing good comes out. If you make a salad from rotten or old ingredients, in best case, it will taste good and there's no nutrition. In worst case, you can get poisoned. So this is what I can see in many aspects of daily life and also in the work life. But garbage is not bad. It's a natural byproduct of our people, of our creativity. So people are super creative. And that's how we roll all the time. We are creative to make things. And we are even more creative to make workarounds and exceptions because you need to get somewhere and get results. If we have created something that works, and we are good at it, we can do it again and again on demand. But then the question, is it scales? Can the city function with the small streets when it grows to 10 million people? And sometimes we have found very good tool to work. And it's the tool the best at the time. And we create something. It works. If it works, we forget about it. We take it as granted. And so sometimes there are still some modules in systems that are created 20, 30 years ago, and nobody knows how it works. And maybe they need some refinement. So garbage is natural outcome of our creativity. In software industry, there is a concept of technical debt. It's an old one. I think from 70s and in 90s, it became more popular. In a nutshell, if we take some shortcuts or workarounds today, we will pay a little bit more tomorrow about that. But I won't go in details explaining theory. I just want to show you example from my work, from my perspective. I'm working with reporting and analytics, but it usually starts with some business process for a customer or business company. Business process is the main thing that starts that. Then there are tools and workflow practices to set up this process and get it moving and working. At some point, it's usually people want to get the data and build some reporting to understand how the process is going, what we should improve, what we should change. And based on those reports, also the process is changed. But sadly, there are, in many cases, flaws in processes. We don't like to do everything very streamlined. And when there are some flaws in the process, it goes downstream to the workflow as well. We have to pay attention to this exception or workaround. Then it goes also to the gathering data and reports. It doesn't disappear anywhere. Something out of the standard normal way requires our attention at every step. And what else? If we have processes, exception or workaround at operational system and also in gathering data or in report, is this report accurate to improve your business process? I don't think so, in some cases at least. But don't take my word for that. I want to reference to two of our speaks from last year and before from community days. Last year there was Julian from Mercedes, and he was sharing how they improved their feature rollout planning in their company, in Mercedes, which is a big one. There's 55,000 employees, so something to be streamlined is very important for them. And his presentation his story was full of words: align, standardize, unify, common, unified data and reporting strategy to make their feature planning much faster and transparent. Another story was from Joachim from Idalco, or partners Idalco. He was giving an example about non-software industry. Their customers were supporting and maintaining the ship locks, windmill parks, and hydro power plants. And they were supporting them, and they have SLAs. What their take was, they approach the business requirements already in a very intelligent way. They was reading all the contracts the customer had, analyzing them at that level before even starting to providing the support and processes and setting up the processes, and understood that usually there are 3 common service level agreement requirements, but they are called by different names. What they did, they combined them, reduced to the standardized SLAs, but with flexible goals. Now, with such setup, they could find the appropriate system to support that, and afterwards, smooth sailing to gather data, make reports, and improve the basic process. You can find both of those presentations in YouTube, so if you want to watch them later. So, what I want to tell with this one about the garbage in and garbage out is it's very tempting to create something, some workaround, some shortcut today because our tools allow that. We can configure them whatever we want. And I'm very grateful to anyone who put some thought, well thought, in the process itself before saying, yes, let's do it as you ask it. And if you don't have such, if the people don't have such ability to do it themselves, there's always consultants who can help. They are not attached to the process or some tool that is created. Okay, this was tough place. We will go to some another one. A good enough place of good enough. It has been always there, but I noticed it as a different place today. When science fiction portrays the future, it's with AI. AI usually is something stronger, something smarter and superior to humans. Maybe it's true, but I think there emerges a bit different pattern. The pattern that I have observed in work and daily life. If we have a question or task, we take our any AI tool that's in our reach, or we usually use, for example, Siri or ChatGPT or Gemini, and then we ask the question. Tool is smart, it has brain of all internet, and gives some answer. We can read it and say, oh, sounds legit. It will do, good enough. And we roll with that. So, good enough is really cool concept. I love it. If I need to start doing something I haven't done before, for example, set up garden for chili peppers, I will go with anything the AI tool suggests me. And also this is important if we don't know what will be the outcome, what is the field, or for products, minimal viable product to test out the world. It's a really cool tool, and it's a concept. And only thing that it requires is some refinement later. Don't stick to it. Usually it is, you get the first answers to start moving, just do something, and if it works, probably we should refine it and then go further. But if we do not refine it and stick as default, then I think the result is quite upsetting in the long term. There are statues from Beijing, Forbidden City. In the Forbidden City is a bridge with statues. Of course, over the centuries, some of the statues have fallen off. And the masters at that time tried to make replica based on the previous ones. The first ones, masters were really worked for emperor, and they made very detailed and high-quality work. Later, the quality standards declined based on previous, and nowadays they're just make some shape resembling it. So that is my concern, that if good enough becomes outcome and it's documented and cemented and stored, and this becomes as a high level for the next iteration, then it might lead to some decline. So, but I would like to talk about also some nice things I have seen in this last couple of years. I encountered a tribe of very diverse and interesting people. They call themselves documentarians. I didn't know that they existed because none of them has this job title documentarian. They usually have different names. They have, for example, tester, analyst, software engineer, project manager, teacher, student, scientist, laborant. They are all across all the industries. What is common for them? That they have, they are smart, they are resilient, they do research, analyze, and write, organize, and continuously improve information before storing it. And their aim is to provide for others high-quality information. So when you or I or someone else has a question, they can find it, trust it, and it could be useful. I must say that the same tribe, the same people, the documentarians were they were quite scared a couple of years ago because of LLM tools were getting attraction more and more. And some of them were replaced with LLM tools and AI. But in the last year, when I spoke with many of them, it felt that they have found their ground and understood their role in today. They are needed for LLM tools, and they need LLM tools. They need LLM tools themselves because those LLM tools can do the heavy lifting, researching and generating and finding, summarizing, but the documentarians can do the proofreading, editing, adjusting, and putting the right emphasis. On the other hand, they are also needed for LLM tools because the information they produced are the stepping stone for the next one that is generated. And nowadays, it's even more interesting for writing something, to sharing knowledge, because the same source is used by two different readers. One is human. We love stories. We love pictures. We love sometimes to scan text and sometimes to get in some details. On the other hand, there is a LLM tool who wants structured text, so they can build something from this. And yeah, so both are using the source generated by a documentarian as a stepping stone. If the source has a good quality of the information, it's a good chance to get better outcome that we can trust. I want to share one example from eazyBI, because I'm documentarian in eazyBI, one of the documentarians, and we have, of course, report to follow the quality of our documentation. We had such KPI in the past, that we were looking on the search queries in the last 30 days and see the results. If there are no results, we will try to create content. If there's too many results on the keyword, we will try to polish it, narrow down, and give more focused way to the right answer. But this is past, because this is a report I created this week. The top search query is, can I ask you a question, please? And that's not a query, that's not a search query, it's a prompt. So all of our search queries looks like semi-prompt or hacker attacks. So that doesn't make any sense to improve documentation, and numbers are ridiculously high. So we ditch that report, and now we look on something else. People perceive our documentation through AI assistants, so we look on feedback on AI assistants. I know people are a bit lazy, putting thumbs up and thumbs down. Yeah, but it's qualitative work, not quantitative work. So please, if you sometime do want to give feedback, a negative one, please do that and write a comment. That ensures that we will improve and you will get better answer next time. Okay, 3 places is enough. I think documentarians are a good place to end. So this journey for now, let's go back to the Железный Prince of Chaos and that world. The Prince of Chaos, the Merlin, can extend his hands across the chaotic world and in a minute or so reach and grab out something he desires. It's his power, his gift. He can reach out and get the cold beer or a new pair of clothes or get somewhere he wants to. But he can do it for a reason. He knows his kingdom. He knows his subjects, the rules, the patterns of the kingdom. And also he has been training for this since childhood. It's part of his royalty, let's say. But for rest of us, ladies and gentlemen, we are not princes and princesses in that sense. We still need to do some kind of searching, proofing, going back to source, adjusting. Good thing that we have different tools all the time. We have find some tools, improve them, then we adjust them to work for us. Yes, of course, it takes sometimes time, and we sometimes grumpy or sometimes excited about something new. And it might feel like we are going in circles. But I would say we are spiraling up because we are becoming better with every iteration we do as humans to adapting to new tools. So every time when someone gives some thought and say, not bad workaround, we become lighter. We don't drag all this garbage with us. Every time when documentarian writes a clear answer somewhere, then we and LLMs work better and are more knowledgeable, and that allows us to become better people and make new things that we like and want. So, thank you.
So do we have any questions to Zane? Yes, so you will need to touch.
Yes, a question about documentarians.
Yeah.
You said that they are the people who care, and if so, do you think it would be better if everyone was a documentarian, and if so, then why or why not?
I don't think that everyone should be documentarian. Everybody has their own skills and point of interest. So it's better to leave it to the people who are capable. They care, but they are also have enough energy to do and a goal to do the research, to organize and to clear it down till it could be published. So not every one of us has such intention, so better not.
So like if you're not really good, then it's better that you don't care.
No, it's you can care, but don't put a rubbish text on internet, please.
Thank you.
That's.
Any more questions? No, then thank you very much, Zane. So, guys, we made it. It's actually, that was the final session for our eazyBI Community Days this year. So it's been great pleasure to have you all here, and I'm really thankful for everyone who flew here or drove a car to come to Riga to join us. And I also want to say thank you to those who joined on live stream. It's always a pleasure to see our real users, our partners in face. And yes, so really, I also wanted to say thank you to the eazyBI team who is here, preparing for presentations, preparing the event. So yes, so this is a teamwork, and we are always, very happy to host you here and have this event every year happening. So thank you very much. Thank you, Raymond, for having it and letting us to bring people here and enjoy these 2 days together. So now it's a bit of a tradition that we do usually on the second day and the end of the day. So we do have a small celebration. So you are welcome to join back there in the back of the room for some sparkle drinks and some sweet snacks. So let's still have some networking and saying goodbyes and spend some couple of minutes still here. So thank you very much. If anyone wants to share some comments, some feelings, I have a free mic here. Anyone? Some reflections? Maybe Raymond, you have some final words, if you want to.
I think that you mostly said everything that we wanted to say, and so thank you from my part to the core organizing team, Evita and others, who made this possible. And as always, thanks to all who traveled here, and we'll definitely will wait you to either join us in our future events, or if you are doing some events, please invite us, and we still like to go and meet people on site, and because so in everyday work, so we are alone and sad, so we're each working at their home, so therefore we want to go somewhere and meet real people. So thank you, and then have some bubbly bubbles and sweets, and thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.